the children at school, they are the only ones who are assumed to be the parents, instead of asking, okay, you are coming to register this letter, where is the father and why are we not registering them? I'm not saying in all cases the father should be registered in there, but I believe in most cases this can be the issue. So when I say SGB, they are not active, I'm not only referring to Sidibelo. In Offense Primary School, whenever parents are called, almost 90% of parents attend. It could be a problem in high schools where there's far lack of participation. In the last meeting where the SGB was elected, I think there were literally about 19 parents, where Sidibelo has about 950 children. So we should be having literally almost 1,000 parents attending. But because they knew that the elections were going to be done for people serving the SGB, only 20 parents showed up. But to call up a meeting for them to come and collect reports, all parents are there. So by SGB not participating, I'm referring to situations like that.
My follow-up question then would be whether I'm correct then to say that the parents have then left the responsibility of reporting or taking steps to address these issues on the shoulders of the elected SGB or even of the school. They themselves, if they are not participating when meetings are called, then it means that they are then also not taking steps to report or to escalate these issues directly to the department themselves.
This is the challenge we are sitting with. When you give learners money, you give them the authority to make a decision. They make wrong decisions. You will not know about this until maybe you give your learner money and you somehow make sure that you arrive at school earlier than them and you are able to watch the kind of transport that is bringing them in. That is the only way you will know where your money is being spent. There isn't any other way. Sidibelo, 950 children having SGB component of parents of about 9. There isn't much that can be done about that. So when I said we the parents are failing our children as my submission to this commission, it is because of that type of an issue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have a few questions for you.
Yes,
I know you've explained your position in terms of your visual impairment. I would be referring you to certain pages in the pack that we've prepared. I know you may not have access to it because of the limitations, but I would be reading through them and soliciting your opinion on them and your experiences, which is more important than your opinion on these issues. First, you indicated, I did not get it quite correctly, in your indication that you were an SGP member. Were you an SGP member or you are currently sitting as an SGP member?
that is your first question.
Yes.
Currently, I'm not an SGB member, but I served for 2 years as an SGB member. So not at the moment.
For the purpose of record, can we then introduce the number of years that you served? I mean, you said 2 years, so which years in particular when you served in the SGB?
That should be 2022 and 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you've mentioned a number of schools. I don't want to lead you. Which school were you part of the member of the SGB?
It was only Sidibelo Secondary that I served as an SGB. Only that one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then let's go into your role within the SGB structure. What was your role there?
I have served firstly as a deputy chairperson. That was the first year I served. Remember, in the SGB, every year, it almost like there's some type of a rotational of position. So if you are a chairperson this year, the following year, somebody else becomes the chairperson, the treasurer changes, just like that. So in the first year, I was the deputy chairperson, and then in the second year of my serving, I was just an ordinary member.
Okay, thank you very much. For the sake of our audience, and not that I'm undermining it, we have received a lot of interest for this inquiry. I want you to school us into what is the role of the SGB before we get into the questions, because I want to lay a proper foundation so that my questions would be directed into particular issues, whether you had jurisdiction or not, and whether you had influence or not.
SGB stands for the school governing body. They are the governors. As per our system in South Africa, there isn't a government that owns any school. So all the schools belongs to the community. SGB members are chosen by the, there's a few components to the SGB. In the high schools, there will be the student representatives. I think there's about 3 of them who serve on the SGB. There will be the representative of the educators who serve on the SGB. The principal is the ex-official member of the SGB. As an accounting officer, so the principal must always be there. But it is structured in such a way that there's usually more parents than both the administrators and the educators in the SGB. This is because it is the members of the community that needs to be running their schools. By this structure, it means the teachers could be coming from Johannesburg. They cannot impose things in the school that the community does not like. So when the parents choose the parent component of the SGB, it means they are saying, you will be the one to represent us and our interest in the SGB. In brief, this is the role of what the SGB does. They are the governors, they are the decision makers, they are the ones who give a yeah or no to any financial transaction. If there's something that needs to be acquired, like making of the parking shed, and there's like a 60,000 rand that needs to be spent, the SGB comes together and makes a final say on that. There might be a financial committee of the SGB that says, we have had 3 quotations, we believe this is the right way. But it is the parents ultimately who said, no. You cannot be building a shed for your cars when our schools, the windows are broken. So the parents have that type of a responsibility in the SGB. So by saying that the governors, it means they're the ones who needs to know what happens.
Okay. Okay. In a very short answer, let me limit you now. I'm cornering you.
It's okay.
I think the foundation has been laid.
Yeah.
Do you have a role in the appointment of scholar transport?
The scholar transporters are not appointed by the SGB.
Thank you.
It is the parents who do that.
No, let me...
So it is not us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have a role.
No, we don't.
Thank you. We just introducing these things for the sake of the record. And then, during the time you were an SGP member, how many transport, I'm using this word loosely, it may be a wrong word in English, but I'm still gonna come to the question that would put context. How many vehicles were used for transporting kids?
I will not have that number, but our villages are vast. There could easily be over 30 different ones.
Would you be able to tell those vehicles, were they engaged by parents paying the services for themselves from their own pocket, or some were being paid through the program of scholar transport? That's what I want to differentiate.
In our area, there isn't a program of scholar transport. By that, I mean there isn't a formal program where people bid to be part of the transporters. It is literally the learners who choose for themselves. Literally, the learners will go to a person and say, your vehicle has got the loudest music, please pick us up from here and there. Arrangements, probably 90% of arrangements are done in that manner. But the people who are authorized, the NASTOA, are the ones who will be approached by the parents and said, I have a kid from here and here, please transport him to this school.
So you don't have, or in that school, there was no official scholar transport program operating?
There isn't, yes.
No, okay. It's fine. I think my questions should end here, but now let me engage you on this unauthorized transport. What do you describe as an unauthorized transport?
Any vehicle that doesn't have the proper permit to transport scholars on an official basis. I'm using the word official basis to say if a taxi is driving around and there's a scholar who needs to be picked up, I do not call that officially. But if there's a vehicle that has got a dedicated load of transporters, this is what I call official transportation. So any vehicle that does that and doesn't have the NASTOA permit, I call it unofficial.
Okay, no, it's fine. You said there are a number of villages around your area, and you indicated that over 30 vehicles are going to and from school using different type of vehicles. What I want to know is the policy of the department indicates that children who are staying beyond 5 kilometers do qualify to that. That's that's one of the patches. Do qualify to get scholar transport, to apply and be considered for scholar transport.
Yes.
Do you perhaps have knowledge in the number of transport or vehicles going to that school, whether there are kids who are staying beyond that radius?
I can confirm that there are kids who are staying beyond the 5 kilometer, let me call it a radius. But I think the department is saying that, let me give you the Limpopo understanding of your question. In Limpopo, there will be a village, there will be a primary school. And then in that village, there isn't any high school. The high school might be 10 kilometers away. My understanding is in situations like that, it is then that the department is duty bound to provide transport for these kids. In our area, learners could be staying next door to a school, a high school, but they decide to go to a school 15 kilometers away. My understanding is that in our area and in situations like that, the department doesn't do official learner transport on situations like that. So that is my understanding of our area and what the departmental policy is saying.
Okay, no, I fully understand that part. So you are saying that the people who may travel beyond 5 kilometers is by choice of the parents.
It is not only by choice, but they are also passing other high schools.
Yes, yes,
going to another high school.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes, they do.
I don't think my question is still relevant, but let me pose it to you. You are saying the Insidibelo, kids are being dropped half a kilometer away. You said 500 meters away.
It could be 500 meters, yes.
What are the dynamics from that half a kilometer to the gate of the school? Is it a busy road? Is there any risk of dropping these kids 500 kilometers, half a kilometer away to walk to the school?
Sidibelo is a secondary school or a high school. There will be other kids who are also walking on the same road to the school. So that only happens when the transporters know that there is some type of a monitoring activity at school. That will be the only time kids are dropped, literally at the main road. But if there isn't any other monitoring activities, the transporters will take the children to the school. That's what I call the cat and mouse game. Monitoring happens, they drop them far off. Nothing happens, they bring them to the gate of the school.
Okay, no, it's fine. Then let me end my questions. One question for me, for this purpose, would be: you mentioned a video where a child is sitting on the lap of a driver. Would you be kind enough to maybe search for that video and provide it to the commission, if you still can, for consideration while the chairperson is making of analyzing of all the evidence?
Let me make sure that my submission is clear to this honorable commission.
Yes.
The submission is there was a video that was trending, number one. I think it also got into the local principals WhatsApp group of 40 learners of Sidibelo being overloaded in a transporter. I do not think that video captures a female learner sitting on the lap of a driver. The issue of a female learner sitting on the lap of a driver was the issue that was raised several times by the chairperson of the SGB, who happens to be, that's a wrong way to say it, but who is a woman. Like I said, usually the fathers do not participate. So many times we have been only 2 or 1 in SGB meeting. So it was the mothers who were passionate about this issue. The issue of a learner sitting there has been raised by the chairperson several times in parents meeting. So the attempt that I could do was probably to get her to officially put this thing in writing, sign it off, and send it to the commission. That is the best. But I think the video is the video that is showing 40 learners who were overloaded.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Provincial Manager. Any questions from your side?
Thank you, Chairperson of the inquiry, and thank you, Ntate Offense, allow me to call you that for the evidence. So before I also butcher your name, perhaps before I go into my questions, just to wrap up the issue of the video of the incident where 40 learners were overloaded in a 15-seater vehicle. Do you still have access to that? Can you make that one available?
My submission to the committee is that I will do my best. This is the submission. Also, the principal of Sidibelo was called by somebody in the department. So I know that the video should have been circulated in the principal's WhatsApp group. That is the 2022 incidents. So I know it has been circulated there. I know there are people in the department who have access to the video. I can attempt to go and try and see if I can get maybe one of the principals to see if they still have them. I can do my best attempt to go and find the video.
All right, thank you. I think before you step down, we'll just request confirmation of when we can get an indication from you whether that video is available or not. Now I'll just move then to my questions, and I think your evidence is really important in this respect, that of course when we speak about scholar transport, the focus is mostly on state provided transport. but in your evidence, you are raising a new dimension of, privately sourced transport, which can, in certain circumstances, have the same negative impacts that we see in the scholar transport sourced through the respective departments. So thank you for bringing that perspective to say the issue of scholar transport is not just about the state program, but we must look at the issue of scholar transport more holistically, particularly those other learners who may be impacted. But now the question I want to ask, you kept raising, you kept indicating that there's an organization called NASTOA. Do you have a full name of this organization? Because I'm looking it up and I cannot find this organization. If you have the full name, and maybe an indication, is it a national organization or is it an organization for your for your community, NASTOA? Please. Is National Organization of Scholar Transport? Yes. Okay. Okay. So, from your understanding, do they have a national footprint? Because, like I said, I could not find much, or is it a more localized association?
I think in the province they are there. I know in our area they have an office, but I think they are still a budding organization.
Okay.
So I know in Mokwase, somewhere around Mokwase complex, there is an office. I also think in Rustenburg around the Tabani area, they could also have a phone number. I can attempt to get the details of the contact details because I know a gentleman who is part of this organization.
Okay. And is it then your understanding that by virtue of belonging to this organization, then you are authorized to operate a scholar transport?
My understanding is that they say they are the officially permitted transporters, meaning the law gives them the right and the permit to transport scholars, which means that if taxis have a dedicated load of scholar transporters, that is not the right way for taxis to go about doing that. But they are the ones with the necessary permits from the department to do that. This is my understanding of who this organization is.
And maybe that understanding, is it informed by what they just tell you, or you've done some research to know, for example, what is the criteria for being admitted to that organization, or you've seen the permits, so just so that we know what informs that belief or understanding of this organization, NASTOA?
I spoke to a member of NASTOA who explained this dynamic to myself. I went to the principal and said, Principal, that was Mr. Andy Kwefani, the acting principal, 2022. There is NASTOA who wants to be invited to parents' meeting. The principal knew about them. The principal knew that they were the official transporters. So my understanding is from these two sources. I haven't seen any permit, but this is my understanding of what they say.
All right. You spoke at length in your evidence about the intervention that could be forthcoming from SGBs, but is not forthcoming. In your view, having been an SGB member and even a chairperson of an SGB, what resources do SGBs need, require to effectively, to play a meaningful role in monitoring the provision of scholar transport at schools, whether from private sources or from the department?
Let's start correcting the fact that I was the chairperson, I was the deputy.
My apologies. Thank you.
Not a problem. SGB is a voluntary work. According to probably the police of the department, they only pay for your transport when you are going to school and you are going back.
Yes.
That is the only thing they pay. And maybe a lunch when you are doing some meetings in there. So maybe that could be one of the reasons why parents do not participate actively into the SGB. So SGB doesn't have much resources, but SGB, they are duty bound to raise the finances. But being from a rural area, the know-how is lacking on raising the finances for them to have the resources to pursue this type of activities. So there isn't much that can happen in that area.
Okay, by resources, I don't want us to limit it to money, but maybe let me ask the question differently to say, what do they need more holistically in terms of, can be training, their training needs, in terms of the information that is available to them to effectively monitor the provision of scholar transport?
One, I think the department is doing, I do not want to say the best they do, because when it comes to training, they will only pick up the chairperson for training and expect the chairperson to more like take the training they receive to other SGB members. And remember, parents are not educators. So maybe that's where the whole thing starts coming from. So although the department tries, the SGB are not empowered enough. There's a training as SGB we have received from IGSS. It was a 2-day training, but it was the school that had to come up with the resources. There are a lot the SGB members can do. If we go to the case study of Ramukoka, the parents decided that there wasn't much school performance as per metric for 2 years. Hence, the parent decided to say to the, I don't want to use the word inspector, but hence they called him and said, please recall your principal from our school. From now onwards, we'll take over the school. So the parents came on a daily basis to the gate of the school to ensure that the principal does not come, but for the parents to also be active in monitoring the children. So when female children go there with all kinds of hairstyles, it was the parents who was retaining them. When kids goes there with not proper uniform, it was the parents retaining them. So it was freeing the educators to do what they are called to do. So whenever I said the SGB needs to be empowered, my belief is that there is much the SGB can do. Mostly parents who are not working, they could be playing a far bigger role in the SGB by literally going to school on a daily basis, making sure that the educators, they monitor things like school attendance, things like school uniform. So it is not resources in terms of the funding. It's probably resources in terms of empowering the parents to take their rightful position.
All right. In when you started your evidence, you said you will speak about the role of the SGB that they can play. You will speak about the role of the Department of Education as well as the role of COSATMA or the Department of Transport. But in your evidence, you spend much time just speaking about the role of the SGB. Can you please also just indicate maybe what role specifically the Department of Education can play, if any, in monitoring these private vendors who provide transport services to learners, and also maybe the specific role also that COSATMA can play within that environment to ensure that really private vendors do not go below the radar, and we just only focus on those directly sourced by these departments.
We are back to the cat and mouse game. When I'm driving a vehicle and I'm not authorized and there's traffic activities in front, all I need to do, I can just park at the side of the road, pretend that there's something wrong with the vehicle, let the people coming behind to take my load so that I do not get to be fined. This happens on a consistent basis. There are good things the department is doing. For instance, in primary schools that are doing scholar transport, this is some of the things they are brilliant at. But my critique to that would be when it comes to training of learners, they train only the grade 7 learners. The following year, they are all out. Now, up until this far, there hasn't been any more training. So it's almost like I want to say to the department, there are things you are doing good, but maybe when you train, instead of training on a yearly basis, train once every 2 years, both grade 6 and 7. So there are things that are doing their best in there. Monitoring of scholar transporters. Hence my submission was, if NASTOA was to come up with branding, so it's easy for the department and the traffic officials to see that this is a NASTOA vehicle. Any other vehicle without this, they're able to monitor them. That could be a way of doing that. So it will be a way of identifying who is a formal authorized transporter and an informal or an illegal transport operator. That could be one of the ways the department step up their role in doing that. But whenever there's a roadblock, all kinds of things happen. We are staying in villages, they will just get off the main road, go around and go the other way around. It is always a cat and mouse game. So they can do their best, but I still want to submit that these roadblocks are not often enough to try to monitor these things. That would be my submission.
Okay. So from what you're saying, and you call it a cat and mouse game, so is it then your view that in the current circumstances, there is really not much that anyone can do to ensure law and order in the provision of scholar transport services by private vendors?
That will be my submission. As I said, NASTOA being a budding organization, I do not think and believe they have enough vehicles for them to be able to dedicate them to be able to transport all the learners. So even if all their vehicles were to be taken up, there will still be a lag. This will now mean now there are learners arriving late at school and missing on their time at school. So I think hence I propose there needs to be branding, there needs to be that, but where we are, I do not think that can be fully implemented. That would be my submission.
All right. And so that also I understand your submission then. Is it then your submission that really the only people that can effectively deal with these issues will be the parents who need to be educated, and the learners themselves who can address their own challenge of in relation to scholar transport services by private vendors?
My submission proposes a way of parents having a card, crediting the card, and this card can only be used by official transporters. If I'm sitting with a card with 1,000 rand and for a lack of or for a better explanation in this provision, a taxi comes along. If they transport me to school, I do not have the funds to pay them because this card can only be, lack of better word, redeemed in the vehicle of an official transporter. Hence, that is my proposition. When you give learners the funds, you give them the power to make a decision. And that's where the decisions will be made of looking for a car with the loudest noise. which is
Okay.
harmful to them.
And maybe lastly from me, you kept referring to these vendors being alerted. Do you know who may be alerting these vendors about monitoring activities that is being done by police or SGB? Have you been able to find out and to see how then you can circumvent this practice?
The taxi industry is like a brotherhood.
Okay.
I have been part of that.
Okay.
When you are introduced to that, they let you know these are the signs that you are using. In my time, they will let you know if a taxi comes along and they put up a hand like this, it means there's a board activity, meaning the board of taxis, they are the ones who are monitoring them. So if your papers are not in order, you better come up with another way. If they draw a line, you know that there's a speed trap. So these are the signs that are used in the taxi industry as a brotherhood. It's almost like it is them against the officials. That's what happens. So the alert will always happen. They might catch one or two people, but those who are coming behind will be alerted.
Okay.
I have seen instances where taxis were transporting learners to Mokwase. I think they were taking them to JMC. There was an activity in a four-way stop, literally 500 meters away. All the taxis transporting the learners, they started parking on the side of the road because they knew if they were going to go there, there was going to be trouble. So the learners end up missing on the precious school time because of the police activity to try to monitor the right thing.
Thank you, Provincial Manager. I just want to go back to the issue regarding the girl child. And what you have now submitted is that you'd request something in writing from the author of the statement. Now my question is is it something that was perceived, or maybe it was a deduction just because noting that if there is overcrowding, this is likely to happen? How was it submitted to you?
It was submitted several times to the parents in a parents meeting. The chairperson of the SGB is very passionate about the issue. My understanding, I might be wrong, but I think she has about 6 girl children. So that is the issue very close to her heart. I think that's why she was passionate about keeping on submitting this and that. But we as the parents are not aware of this thing. There is this incident that's always happening. So hence I submitted the commissioner that the best that I could do is try to go to her, do this submission in writing, let her sign off, and I bring this submission to the commission. So that's how I got to know about the incidents.
So over and above you getting the submission in writing, are there any other submissions that you could be able to back up similarly in writing from anyone else who has given you information regarding different incidences that affect the right to education?
The submission about the overloading that I believe I can get in writing, I probably can even get the name of the driver, the vehicle registration number, and even the owner of the vehicle. I believe that is the information that is readily available to me that I can get. By readily available, I do not mean I can get it in a week or so, but I think in about 3 or 4 weeks, that is the information I can get into my hand and submit it to the commission.
With regard to the SGP, so from what you have said in Moruleng, is it my correct understanding that there isn't provision for scholar transport, say for private transport, which respective parents or learners would themselves source?
There isn't a provision by the department. That is my understanding, and that is what is happening, Commissioner.
And with regard to SGB, except for them ensuring the smooth running of the school, looking at the infrastructure, is your understanding that with regard to scholar transport, they do not get involved?
Their attempt will be to try to monitor if there are incidences, try to call the Morule Taxi Association to say, this is how our girl children are being transported. These are the incidences that they can do. But there isn't anything else beyond that they can do. Probably even take this information and report it to the department. I think that is the best they can do. But they cannot stand in the official road and try to stop the vehicles and say this is wrong. They will know, they will see that, they probably can even make videos of that. But I think in cases like that, this is the only thing they can do.
All right, and you also said that you advocate for persons with disabilities, and where they are concerned, are there any issues that you'd like to raise with regard to scholar transport where they are concerned?
There is a word that is used by many people called mainstreaming. There is a lack of better word, Commissioner. I don't know how to put this way. There's this being uncomfortable with people with disability. I believe people who have a vision impairment do not need a special school. I believe people with vision impairment, they can be part of the mainstream. By that I mean all they need is a teacher who can teach them braille. This is how I want to put my submission. It is most of the times the community that is making us disabled. In my disability or my eyes, if I were to make a submission in that way, got into load shedding in 2012. I've been traveling around Pretoria, I've been traveling around Johannesburg. But if I say to somebody, I have a meeting in Pretoria, everybody panics and says, you're going to get lost. And I was like, but I know Pretoria. I mean, I jump into a taxi, it takes me to Rustenburg. From Rustenburg, I take a Pretoria taxi. I tell the people in front, the guys, I'll be getting off after Maraba start in the zoo. They wait for me there. They are taking away what is disability. But when the community makes us disabled, it is the community thinking that we are not able to do things, not understanding that the way disability, there's an ability in there. There was a particular incident when the school, Sidibelo, got funding, and then they were given about 12 classes and administration hall. I was in that last meeting, and as a person with disability, I immediately asked, are there ramps for wheelchairs to go in there? Because I believe there will be a time, it might be an educator who comes to this Sidibelo. They will need proper ramps for them to access. There might be learners with who need to use wheelchairs. How do we accommodate them? The ramps were put in place. I went to ask, what about a paraplegic toilet? It wasn't budgeted for, there wasn't a plan for that, but there was a toilet, they fit in appropriate facilities to be a paraplegic toilet. So my plea to the department, I believe a policy needs to be changed to arrive at a place where it says, if there are 9 members, if there are 9 parent members of the SGB, one of them must be a person with disability. It is people with disability who needs to advocate for the rights of people with disability. Otherwise, it is the community making us disabled. If I didn't speak about the ramps and the paraplegic toilet, at this moment, we will be sitting with a new administration block without those type of facilities. When I said I'm administering for that, I mean that. Secondly, I have mentioned in passing that out of the number of books I've written, I'm on over 150. 16 of them, it's children's books. I specifically educate the children about issues of disability by explaining to them that children with wheelchairs belongs to the playground with kids. When somebody is sitting with a wheelchair, it's not a misnomer to be taken out. So I write stories about these kind of things. I have not had the right platform to introduce these type of writings to the department. So when I speak about I'm advocating for them, these are some of the projects I'm personally working on. But I believe like the 2016 white paper on the right of disability, on the rights of people with disability, the aim of that, I believe, all the departments need to be ring fencing 7% of their spend specifically for companies and for people with disability, both the schools and all the departments. So if a department says, offense, you mentioned mental maths can take kids, give them the proper confidence for them to go and do proper maths when they get to high school. Let's engage you, let's have you teach the educators for them to implement this type of thing. My submission will be saying the education system is already sitting with a budget. All they need to do, as per the writing of the 2016 white paper on the rights of people with disability, is ring fencing 8%, 7% in this case, to companies so that we are also accommodated into this thing. This is some of the things I am passionate about, Commissioner.
Yeah, so you definitely go with the slogan, nothing about us without us.
People cannot advocate for things they do not have a lived-in experience in. I do not have a disability part of the time. Lack of better word, I'm a full-time person with disability. I know what it's like to wake up in the morning and the evening, day after day and day after day, and I cannot do anything. One of the best trainings I ever got was a mobility training where I was taught to use a white cane. I can independently go to the mall, do my shopping, and come back because I was trained in there. So when we say nothing for us, that excludes us. It's a question of saying having a disability does not mean we do not have the mental capacity to make our own decision. When I say the community is making us disabled, these are some of the things they do. They believe that they do not know how to do that. They need somebody like Offense to stand up and say, guys, having a disability doesn't mean that I cannot make a submission. Having a disability doesn't mean I cannot write books. And I need to do them to show them that the word disability still has the word ability inside of them. And we did not apply for disability. Disability can happen to anyone at any time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just one last question from me. You say you've been in the industry, the taxi industry. There are signs that are being used to alert each other, where there would be community safety officials who will then be monitoring. So what is your take on this? Is it that there isn't enough, or maybe they are placed at a better place where it's already knowledgeable that they're likely going to stand there? Or how can this be circumvented? How do we make sure that everybody is held to account? Because it shouldn't be that it will just going to be next to the school, but the community safety, so that when they come through, of course, we can pose the right questions to them.
One of the ways I believe the department should be taking advantage of our current situation. In South Africa, unemployment is our biggest hindrance to growth. There are young people who can be trained to monitor these things. They might even have a uniform. They might use their cell phone to take videos and submit it to the authority. So instead of the authority sitting there in their uniform and monitoring, this type of monitoring can be captured and reported to the department. I mean, whenever we were driving to Cape Town that many years ago, I know I'll be driving in the desert at probably about 200 and getting a ticket. There wasn't an officer standing there, but there was a camera that was monitoring the speed, and it caught me. So I believe there are many unemployed learners who who can be in strategic places without any uniform, who can help the department with this type of monitoring. This is the evidence. I believe it probably, I'm not okay with the legalism there, but it's probably some of the submissions that can be taken to court and people taken to task that your vehicle has been spotted with this, and this is the evidence. So the department, I believe, needs help. I believe help is available. I believe the departments need to come up with a visionary way of how do we train these learners, and that could be some of the there's this program, with a massive public participation. Learners can be compensated, or unemployed people can be compensated to help monitor these type of things. That will be my submission.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tate Ofense. I'm also going to take the safe route. Thank you so much for your submissions, but I just go around the room once more and say, is there anything else that might have crop up during the questions that were being posed?
From my side, Commissioner, maybe I want to piggyback from the questions that both of you asked Mr. Offense. On page 92, 292 of the PEG, it's a letter that was sent to the Commission. It's dated, I think, the 20th of February, coming from Dr. Kekan.
Can I just interject?
Yes.
We've got another engagement of interviews. My request that you park the question, we take an early lunch, we come back at 10 to 2, and we can then proceed with the Ntate Khaitati.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You're still under oath? We'll proceed after the break. Thank you. May we all settle down? We resume after lunch. The time is now 13:57. Thank you so much for availing yourselves once more. We have that the offense was still on the stand. May I request that you please stand once more. Thank you so much. Please state your full names for the record.
Johannes Wesley Haidati.
The oath you took in the morning, you confirm it is still binding on your conscience.
I confirm.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat. Mr. Nkonde, over to you.
Good afternoon, Dade Offense.
Afternoon, sir.
Just a few questions, then maybe two questions. You seem to have been an activist in the industry of trying to change things for your community. That I'm saying that taking from your evidence.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look, in page 292 of the pack, I was introducing earlier that there's a letter that was sent to the commission by Dr. Kekana dated 20th of February 2025. In that letter, he draws attention to one of the documents that they sign with the bidders and the people that they grant scholar transport to. Are we still together?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in that document, he outlines that there is a code of conduct that they sign. Among other things in that code of conduct, it is signed by both the driver and the owner. And Looking at your experience as a taxi driver before and an owner, would it not be, if one were to propose at the end that maybe, because this privately owned transport is not about to go anytime soon, and it will never be funded by the department in the current form of legislation. If we were to propose that a similar approach be adopted in order to avoid some of the issues that you spoke about, the cat and the dog situation, at a national level, your Santaco, the Department of Education, and COSATMA to get into some sort of an agreement that if you happen to transport kids, you must abide to this particular code of conduct. Could that not work in that space? Maybe to try and regulate the private space in as much as the scholar transport on tenders granted by the department is regulated.
The letter is about the department to the people serving the department. Remember, in the case of ruling, it is private people who are offering transport to learners. Lack of better word, they have a relationship with the learners. What could work is a similar agreement, I believe, maybe being signed by the school and the transporter, either the owner of the car, even the driver. Many times as a transporter, the owner has no idea what is happening. In my case, I knew that the owner will come up with a figure like, listen, as long as you bring me like 500 rand on a daily basis, I am happy. So the transporter will try by all means to find out how can they make 1,700. They keep the other money and get to the owner the money the owner has requested. In so many instances, this organized transport for or the organized transporting of children is not known by the taxi owner. As far as the taxi owner knows is that I have a person who's driving my taxi and is bringing me 700 rand a month and I'm happy. All the other things he does not know. This is the reason why whenever we try to intervene, all we try to do was to get who is the owner of this taxi, and we try to speak with the owner, not the driver. So a similar agreement could work, but I believe it needs to be between the school and the owner of the vehicle.
Okay,
I believe that could work.
okay, thank you very much. That was the only point I wanted to canvass. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ntatenkonde. Me Tebeng.
Thank you, Commissioner. Re Kgaitati, I just have one clarity seeking question. In your answers, your responses to the panel, you mentioned accessibility to learners living with disabilities. So I just wanted to find out, in your observation, these scholar transport providers, do they make accommodation for learners living with disabilities?
If I says they will have an idea, the right word is that I'll be insulting them. I think they have no idea how to work with people with disability. I'm aware of cases where the learners are in private school, they're being transported. When the mother tried to raise this thing up, the people in the municipality do not understand. I got very offended by that because I wanted to say to them, people you are working in municipality, you are not the medics to be answering a question where a mother is saying, my child with this type of an impairment is supposed to be staying in a boarding school for people with disability. Transporting these type of learners, they will have zero idea on how they can handle that. I know that because I keep on educating them whenever I'm using them. There has been instances where I was going to the school as an SGB representative in a meeting. I will get into a taxi and I will ask them that people, please drop me by Sidibelo. The taxi owner says, no, it's fine. I'm gonna charge you for that. And I told him, no, it's fine, but please remember, you will be the first one. And he says, what do you mean? I said, people have been dropping me there. The disability I have is not something I applied for. So, lack of better way, you cannot be punishing me for having a disability I did not apply for. All other transporters have been dropping me there whenever I'm requesting there without charging anything. So, you'll be the first one to charge. He did not charge me. So, education is the key, but it needs to be done, fortunately or unfortunately, by us people with a lived experience in the disability sector. That will be my submission.
Ke a leboga rra.
Thank you. Mr. Lekoma?
Nothing from my side, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. May we just go back to the undertaking that you have made with regard to further submissions? You have alluded to a 4 weeks period that would require in order to solicit the information. Is that correct?
It is correct, Commissioner. The information being the video that was trending of 40 kids being transported. That is one. Number two, an attempt to get a formal affidavit from the chairperson who is attesting to the fact that a female learner has been transported sitting on the lap of a taxi driver to school. Those are the two I'm aware of.
All right, and of course, if there's any other further information that you might be privy to, you can also avail it to us. You recall that you also spoke of pictures of vehicles which would have not been in a proper state. If you do have those, that can also be submitted. I think you also spoke about, is it a driver or the owner who would attest to the fact that the vehicle was not roadworthy.
Yes.
Yes. So it will then be within 4 weeks, which information you can submit to the office of the province, and we will then take it from there. But from ours, from my side and the team, thank you so much for availing yourself this morning and this afternoon in order to assist us to get to the bottom of the issues with regard to scholar transport, really just to ensure that the right to education is realized, because we say the right to education is a human right. Thank you so much. You can stand down.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Ntate Khaitate, maybe just before you leave, the 4 weeks, when we calculate, it gives us the 4th of April. Is that in order? 2025, that is in order. Okay, thank you so much. You excuse? May we then have Mr. Freddy Sonagile to take the stand. Yes. Thank you for availing yourself. Do you have any objection taking the oath, or is it the affirmation? The oath. All right. Your full names, please. Your age. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat. Mr. Lekoma, your witness.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Freddie.
Afternoon.
As part of the South African Human Rights Commission inquiry into scholar transport challenges, we made a call out for the public to submit information as may be required. And indeed, you submitted some information to us. And on that basis, we have requested you to come forward so that you can clarify the contents of your submission. Therefore, in that aspect, I will provide you with 30 minutes to go through your submission, and thereafter we'll ask you a few questions for some clarity purposes. The floor is yours.
Okay.
But before you proceed, may I please ascertain in what capacity are you giving oral evidence?
Okay, I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Transport Management at the Northwest Provincial Legislature. That is the committee or the Portfolio Committee that oversees the work of the Department of Community Safety, where the scholar transport function resides in the province.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Freddy Bafana Sonakile. I'm 35 years old, currently serving as a member of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, and I'm the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Transport Management. As chairperson, my oversight responsibilities include monitoring scholar transport in the Northwest Province, which falls under the management of the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. I've held this position since July 2024. As a portfolio committee, as part of our work, we do what we call oversight visits, where we would go to different schools or even call the department to come and account on various issues. Part of that is the scholar transport issues. In 2024, we conducted an oversight visit to the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district, where we visited several schools as a committee experiencing challenges with scholar transport. The schools included Botoka Secondary, Resolofeti Secondary, Pakedi Primary, and Rabona Secondary School. During the visit, various challenges were identified as detailed in the Portfolio Committee report. I have sent the committee report as part of the package, but I will try to also, as and when I speak, make reference to some of the recommendations that were made to the department following that visit. The report is titled Oversight Report on Resolofetse Botoka and Rabona as at 8 and 9 October 2024. If you look at the report on page 6 and 7, there are pictures of the buses or the state or condition that the buses were in. There was a particular concern at Botoka, at Pakedi Primary, where we were told then that 21 learners at Pakedi had not been transported to school since March 2024 due to the expiration of the driver's...
Commissioner, can I disturb the witness?
Apologies, Ntate Sonagile.
Can I request Ntate Sonagile to, there's a pack next to him, his information, what all the submissions he has sent to us are found from page 34, so that we move together on what he is talking about. Can I request that he use that pack? My apologies for rudely disturbing. Thank you very much.
So it is a index, the index is in front, Mr. Sonakile, but it looks like from page 34.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, on page 34, let's start there. It is where I was. We went to a school called Pakedi Primary. Following the visit to that school, the committee was very concerned about what was the outcomes of that meeting. The principal at the school informed the committee that learners, 21 of them, had not been transported to school since March 2024 due to the expiration of a driver's contract, and that repeated requests were made to the Department of Education to assist, but no action was taken, leaving the learners unable to attend classes. So as part of the recommendations of the committee, it was that the committee must lay a complaint with the Human Rights Commission, specifically on Pakedi, because we believe that the fact that those learners were to repeat the grade based on the department's failure to can provide scholar transport was problematic for the committee, and the fact that there's been a back and forth between education and COSATMA with dealing with the matter. Then when you go to page 34, there's a complaint that was laid there. I'll try to summarize it because it's too long, I think, whereby we reported that I was reporting on behalf of the committee. The complaint arises from an oversight that we undertook on the 9th of October at Pakedi in Makwasi Hills. The purpose of the visit was to assess the state of scholar transport at the school. We were appalled by the shocking condition of one of the buses used to transport learners to school, and it was unroadworthy, posing a grave risk to the safety of children. Even more distressing was the revelation that 21 learners have been unable to attend school since March 2024. This tragic situation arose after the contract of the scholar transport service provider responsible for their commute expired. Despite repeated pleas from the school principal to the Department of Education, no assistance was provided. We therefore requested the Human Rights Commission to urgently investigate the matter. 2, to provide remedial action to ensure those learners' right to education is restored and protected. 3, to hold accountable those responsible for the failure to fulfill the obligation. And 4, to issue directives to prevent such violations from occurring. Then page 35, it is the continuation of the letter. Then on page 36 in the pack, it is a letter that I wrote to the MEC immediately following that visit in Dr. KK. On that letter, you will note that we reported the findings from the different schools we visited, and then we even shown there on the letter the buses that we examined, and we gave the registration numbers of the buses that we found to have been not in a good condition. There was no response to the letter, hence there's nothing like that in the package. So immediately after the oversight, the committee then felt that because we are also as a committee getting a number of complaints from residents. I think residents had seen the work that we were doing when we were in Dr. KK. They started writing to the committee to say we must investigate. I would get WhatsApps even at night to say the conditions are bad even in other districts. So because we only visit districts once a quarter, we felt that if we had to wait for the ensuing quarters to deal with other districts, it will be late. We then summoned the department to a meeting, and we felt that in that meeting, it must not only be COSATMA department, but education as well must be there, because on many times when you will call COSATMA and ask them questions, they would point out that education is to blame. When education appears, they would say it is COSATMA, they've sent lists and all that. So we housed them in one venue, which was at the legislature. That is where your page 39 comes in. It is the report of that meeting that was held between the two departments. I will try to not go through the entire report because it's a committee report, but go straight to the recommendations and some of the findings from the meeting. We then recommended as a committee that there should be a debate on scholar transport that will partake between both departments, and that the view by the members of the committee then was that the function must be moved from the Department of COSATMA to education. so that it becomes a full package at education, unlike having just the component of education, transport there, and having all things education in the Department of Education. We then recommended that COSATMA must submit a report on the names of all scholar transport providers in the province, the directors, the contracts they values, number of learners, number of vehicles and schools they service, as well as the routes. In that meeting, education presented a very interesting report to the committee. They gave us a detailed report that said that there's a need of 9,045 learners who are in need of scholar transport in the province, but are not provided for. They also gave a list of the schools that they could not cater for. So when we probed on that, they said it is because of budgetary constraints. We then as a committee gave it to them that they must go back and try to track where those learners are. Because if you come and present to a portfolio committee and say there's more than 9,045 learners who really need scholar transport, but you are not providing for, you then have to give us further information to say, do those learners go to school daily? If yes, how so? If not, what then is the alternative? We wanted to also get the grades which those learners are in. So a part of the report recommendations was that they must give us that report. We then requested a report on Pakedi, specifically due to those 21 learners who had been not attending classes since March due to a contract that came to an end. We then requested all issues that education has dealt with to be sent to the committee. We then requested, and this is a very serious problem, we requested a record of all vehicles that underwent verification at the commencement of the scholar transport service provider contract. During the engagement with both the departments, what always came out strong was that the Department of COSATMA says that it has done what it calls verifications. When they issue out the contract, you must have bought your vehicles. They get to be verified whether they are on the standard that they want and all that. And the report, according to them, was saying that all of the people they handed contracts to were having roadworthy vehicles that passed the test. So what we found puzzling as the committee was when we did our own oversight, none of the vehicles met the standard. So we wanted to also check the authenticity of the verification that was done initially. And I think even today, we still struggle to get that because the department is of the view that some people fraudulently bought vehicles that they are not using when they have to now, when they've got the contract and now have to deliver students. But we've been asking the same questions. Why aren't you investigating? And where you find that indeed it is not the same vehicle, why are you not laying charges of fraud against those people and removing those vehicles immediately? We haven't received that response. We then requested a list of all service providers that they have penalized since the commencement of the contract. The committee was of the view that due to the state of the vehicles that are being used for scholar transport, there's not been consequence management for those who are not in line with the contract. So we wanted proof to say, can you show us that since you handed out this contract, which was January 2024, how many people have you actually charged to say that they have not been following what is in your contract? And we still did not receive that as well. We wanted to know the provinces and names of the providers who were rendering this service. And we also wanted the contracts of the service providers at Mampo Secondary, Komelenborg Combined School, Botoka, Resolofetse Pakedi, and Rabona be revoked immediately. Because on that one, we are not talking hearsay. As a committee, we had went for ourselves and we saw those vehicles. We took pictures for the MEC, we took pictures for the HOD to say, we are not talking about a story, but something that we indeed saw for ourselves. We wanted them to do an unannounced roadworthy test between then and December 2024 and provide the report with findings to the committee. We wanted an audit on the payments that have been made and start fast-tracking the process of non-payments. Some of the issues that we picked up during that oversight were service providers who came and gave the committee information to say that in as much as you want the standard of buses to be of a certain standard, it is unfair on us as service providers because we are not being paid on time. By then, others were saying there was a period of about 6 months when they were not paid, and the department expected them to deliver a service that was of quality, yet they were not being paid. So we then said they can write to the committee, but we raised that with the department. We then also made a recommendation there that by March 2025, the department must ensure that there's an electronic monitoring system. And this also came as a result that they're still using a manual system where a principal of a school has to sign documents and all that. And some principals from the schools that I've mentioned were saying that they are being intimidated. A service provider will come with transport that is not roadworthy and sometimes bring learners late. When they raise those issues, the service provider will tell them that I'm not bound by any contract to you. I'm actually contracted to the department. Yours is just to sign that the learners did come to school and here are the learners. We then requested that a consultative forum with all service providers to amend the SLA clauses to have a clause that speaks to a mandatory tracker must be looked into. And then we requested all the service level agreements that they entered into with the service providers. And then here 6.17, it's that recommendation that speaks to the Paketi primary school issue that it must be taken to the Human Rights Commission. And then a Department of Education commission and assessment study of where 945 learners who were not, it's not 945, it's 9,045 learners who are not provided with scholar transport are in the system. And then we must get all communiques that the department has sent to COSADMA on all issues that they felt were outstanding. That was the first leg of the oversights that we did as part of that report that is there. The second report that is from your page 55, it speaks specifically to 3 schools, I think Botoka, Reabona, and Pakedi, but it is the issues that I've summarized in the evidence that I've given. Just something that is not part of the package. Maybe this year we also did other oversight, but this time it was in Dr. Ruth Mompati district, which was another district because we moved per quarter. And I have to put it on record that the issues are still the same. We still have unroadworthy buses. In one of the oversights, we even took traffic law enforcers with us. They had to take out buses from the road and declare them unroadworthy immediately after the students were dropped. We found buses that were committee learners having empty bottles of diesel, and the drivers would tell you that no, that is how we work because sometimes the diesel would run out while I'm still delivering kids, so we have to carry it with us. One bus did not even have brakes. Immediately when kids get to school, they all have to run down and take bricks and put them on the tires so that the bus does not roll. So that is how bad the situation is. But then in the Dr. Ruth Mompati district, we also realized something which is a problem. We realized that some of the service providers, if not 80% or majority of them, did not take your passenger liability insurance for the learners, and it's part of the contract that it must be there. How we got to become aware of that was that in one school in Bonabona, when we were there, the principal narrated a story about a learner who died at that school. The learner was supposed to, I think the bus was there and taking learners home, and then there was a problem with the door, and the learner somehow fell, and the learner died. So the parents of the learner went to the school requesting that the school must assist with burying the child. That is where the school called the Department of COSATMA as well as Education. They did not get any assistance, and later on it was discovered that that service provider did not take out any passenger liability insurance. So it was left with the parents to see how they deal with it. There was no psychological support, there was nothing. So that's when we then put a spotlight also onto your third-party liability insurance to say, is there any proof that all these people that you've given contracts to have taken it? And we are still awaiting the department who can provide us with a comprehensive report that actually proves that indeed all the people that are having contracts with the department have it. So yeah, I think my evidence, I can stop here based on the documents that I've provided, and then I'll take any other questions that the commission might have for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I had jotted down a few questions, but to avoid verbosity, I feel like you have clarified most of the questions I wanted to ask. So I will just ask a few that I've just jotted down now. All right. So you indicated in your submission that there are certain buses that you have examined. Could you please provide us with the issues that you encountered from those buses? That's on page 34 of the bundle.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Yes, we examined at the different schools, but let me speak to the report that is on page. Let me quickly check the page number. '59. The report on page 59. There are registrations there of buses that we examined. The challenges that we found were, I think they are listed in that report. Let me quickly get where they are listed. Page 60. At the Botoka Secondary School, for example, the bus had no diesel. It was broken. They had an issue with the battery. Every time when they had to deliver kids in the morning, immediately after delivering kids, someone would come and take the battery out of the car because it was borrowed, the battery was stolen. The bus had no brakes. There were also issues of non-payments that were discovered at that one. If you go to page 61, we gave pictures there of the buses that we found at Paketi. You will see the internal, the steering wheel of that bus on page 61 that we found at Paketi. It's in black and white here, but on a colorful picture, it's more clearer. The tires, that's what the tires look like. On page 61, towards the end of the report, we gave a report on the Paketi school to say the buses was in a poor condition, old seats and worn out tires, and the bus owner was unable to account for the bus because he said he was not the owner, and they used bricks to break the bus. So those were some of the issues that we found in the different schools. But we tried to, after every report or after every report on a school, we gave pictures of what we found. Like, for example, on page 58, it's findings at Resolofates, and the pictures that you see there are of the buses that we found at Resolofates, similar to the other pages and other schools. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about your findings at Botoka Secondary School. You mentioned that there were some instances where learners were marked because of having to walk long distances. Could you kindly provide us with more clarity on that aspect? And also tell us what the average distance that they had to walk to school.
Yeah, at Botoka and Resolofates, what we found there was that they were using the same service provider. So what would happen is that the kids would be dropped at Resolofates Secondary, all of them that are in the buses that are supposed to deliver them there. And then the kids will have to walk for about maybe 11 kilometers to go to Botoka, which is another school. So they use same service provider, but the service provider is supposed to drop kids at Resolofates and then the remaining kids be dropped at Botoka. What they did is that they will drop all of them at Resolofates, and then those kids will then have to walk to Botoka. So the principal gave us a report that because these kids were walking to school, they would get marked sometimes because they would walk long distance. Others would not even go to school because the bus would have dropped them at Resolofates, and then what then happens between Resolofates and going to Botoka school. Sometimes they cannot even account, but they know that the child was in the bus in the morning. So it was one of the issues that we found there because of the distance between the two schools, but utilizing only one service provider. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now let's go to Pakedi Primary School. Earlier on you said the driver was unable to account for the bus owner. Was it due to fear of being victimized?
You can say that, but I think what we picked up is that most of the drivers and the service providers, you'll find that there's no formal contract between them. Because some drivers will tell you that I'm new here, there was someone before me who was not paid, and then I'm standing in for that person. So you can say it was fear of being victimized, but also the issues that it's now more of your third-party contract. It's no longer department and the service provider. The service provider does as they wish between them and the drivers that drive these scholar transport buses. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now let's talk about a joint meeting that you had with the Department of Education and COSATMA. So you have mentioned that there was sort of a disagreement in that meeting because both the departments did not want to take accountability. So in that portfolio meeting, where you had a joint meeting with both departments, did you establish who has the legal duty to provide scholar transport to learners?
From the understanding that we got, education did what is called a needs analysis. Their role is to say that we have 20 schools that are going to need scholar transport for this financial year, and here are the locations, and here's the number per school. And then their part ends there. They then hand over the report to COSATMA. COSATMA then is the one that must actually implement the scholar transport to ensure that there's buses at school daily, kids are collected and all that. So the duty for scholar transport, based on what we found in that meeting, was that it resides with COSATMA because they're in charge of the budget. So the normal principle that is followed in government, that your funds will follow function or function will follow funds, it has to go to where the money is at. So it is COSATMA in this case.
All right. On paragraph 3.3 on page, just give me a moment, please. 3.3. Okay, basically it's on the joint meeting that you had. I'm looking for the page, I can't find it. You said part of the emerging challenges in scholar transport is the use of non-contract compliance. And you indicated that it is clear that penalties in respect thereof are not deterrent enough. Why do you say that, and what do you propose to be done?
Actually, I don't think it's a matter of the penalties not being deterrent enough. I think it is the issue of actually implementing those penalties. I think if you look at the contract, you would realize that there are certain requirements that service providers have to meet that are quite stringent in terms of the contract that they sign. But when you go into the implementation, you find that some of the service providers that have been awarded these contracts do not meet the requirements that are in the contract. And in an instance where a service provider does not meet those requirements, instead of invoking those penalties that are in the contract, the department will be lenient in saying that, okay, let's give you a chance to fix maybe for 30 days. And then sometimes after 30 days, they don't go back to monitor whether what has been agreed upon has been dealt with. So I think it's more of an enforcement issue. And it will go back to whether does the department have enough monitors to be all over the province looking at the number of contracts that they issued out. Because we kept on saying to them, it is not for the committee to be running around the province after buses, checking whether buses are compliant. When we get to a school, actually, because you've given us a report that says everyone is compliant, we are supposed to find kids getting on time. We are supposed to find buses that are on a roadworthy and in good conditions. So we won't be running around all over the province. That's supposed to be done by your monitors, and whether you have enough monitors to be all over the province, it's another question. But it's an enforcement matter. The contract is already there. It stipulates what must happen. And if someone is not in line with what the contract expects, we expect there must be consequences, so that it also serves as a message for others as well that the department has a zero tolerance type of approach when it comes to not following what is in the contract. Thanks.
All right. Now let's go to the compliance enforcement. You will correct me if I'm mistaken. On part of your submission, you said some of these vehicles were using fraudulent documents, and this was confirmed by the departments. And I believe you indicated that the department did not report this matter to the police or the NPA. Do you perhaps know the reasons why these was not reported?
Yeah, I think like with the previous response, there seems to have been leniency when it comes to matters that the department found. Because at one point we were saying that the accounting officer of the department must take the brunt for everything, whether a child would die or anything would happen. And as we dug deeper, that's where it came to our attention that as part of the report that he gave the committee, he said that they've realized that people actually bought buses that did not belong to them to be verified. So they did a verification report somehow on some buses that did not belong to the service providers. And as to why they did not take any action, open cases, or follow up on that, or even subject them to unannounced verifications just to check whether their assertion on fraudulent buses was true or not. Why they did not do that, I am not sure. I think the department will be able to speak on that as to why they never did that. But it was a response that came to them to say some of the buses that were actually inspected are not the buses that are being utilized daily by the learners.
All right. On the same aspect, there is an issue where a certain contractor in this aspect is Econ Projects contractors. Their contract was terminated due to non-compliance. And part of that was that there was an accident that occurred due to one of their transport not being roadworthy. Do you know of any fatalities that occurred?
Not with that specific contractor that you mentioned, but I'm aware of fatalities that occurred. There was one that took place in Zirast. I'm just not sure of the details, but I'm sure the department can speak to it, where Lena somehow fell out of the bus. There was one where a number of learners were involved in an accident because the bus's steering wheel just fell off while they were being driven. There's one in Bonabona where a child died. So there's quite a number of them that took place, but it was not with that specific service provider that you spoke to.
Okay. You have made some recommendations to the department, and you've also outlined those recommendations. Are any of those recommendations been implemented?
You'll realize that the recommendations differ in terms of when they're supposed to be implemented. We tried to be lenient. We did this work around October. So it was already in the middle of the financial year, and some of the things that we had recommended required the department to go back and work on its budget, like having an electronic system and all that. You'll realize that where we are talking systems mostly, we are saying that they must start them or they must implement by end of financial year. The reason for that was that during that period there'll be new adjustments and all that. So they'll be able to can say we budgeted for them, because they're always complaining of budgetary issues and all that. But there were others that were quick ones, like for example, give us a list of all service providers within 7 days or so. We received those. We have a list of all service providers as per report from them. There are others where we never knew whether they had implemented or not, because the department is only going to be appearing to the committee for the first time on Friday, this coming Friday. So that is where we'll be able to ask follow-up questions. But I know like issues like conducting unannounced monitoring. There are other monitorings that they've undertaken as the department during the opening of schools. There's other responses that we got, like for example, a list of service providers that you have penalized since the commencement of the contract. But for the major ones that requested deep system changes, we had given them until the end of the financial year.
Okay, thank you. So in your deliberations with the departments, did you ascertain whether there are any learners living with a disability that are affected by these challenges and how they are assisted?
No, we never discussed the issues of people living with disabilities. And actually it never got to the committee any complaint on the schools that we had visited. And like I said, our work becomes very limited because we have only 1 week where we do quarterly monitoring. So there will be schools that we just choose randomly. We have never visited any schools that have disabled learners, and we never encountered any complaint on that matter. So we never engaged on it with the department.
What do you think are the major causes of scholar transport challenges in the Northwest?
That is a tough one. I think the first one, it's the method of, remember it is still done in a tender system. And we know that with our government, tenders are a problem. To an extent that every time when there's a contract or a tender involved, supply chain processes are not followed. Due diligence is not done. And I'm saying this, I'm speaking to supply chain processes because you'd remember that with the first tender of scholar transport in the province, they had to go to court for it to be revoked, and then another process had to start. We then went into a process where we are in now. Sometime last year, they had to take out another advert to create a panel. This panel will come in as more of your, when there's an emergency, let's say they revoke someone on the spot, they'll just go to the panel and pick a name so that there's continuity of work and all that. But had they done work properly from the beginning, I don't think we'll be sitting where we are at. The problem with the scholar transport issue, it seems like from the day when those verifications were done, something was wrong there. We'll need maybe to look at who were the verifiers, where is the report, and if there are any misalignment between the buses that were verified and what is actually on the ground transporting learners, there must be consequences. And another issue is the poor consequence management when it comes to issues of scholar. You'll find the same school reporting the same issue. I've had schools like Maselwanyan. It is a school in Mahikeng. The moment the principal wrote to the committee on its issues, we did not have any oversight. It was the day when the committee, the department was to appear before the committee. We asked them on the spot to intervene. They said they were aware because the principal was saying he was contracted for 4 or 5 buses. Yet the service provider only brings 2 buses. What the service provider does is that he will do more than 1 trip. So that will mean that kids will get to school late. It meant that the principal now had to ensure that every day he checks who's here, who's not there, and all that. But had the department, the moment they picked up that the service provider is no longer in line with what is being contracted for, because we paid him for 5 buses and he only brings 2, had they taken action right there, it will send a message even to others. But that leniency that I spoke to earlier, where they were aware of some of matters of the issues, but they will just jump into to do damage control for them. If the principal says, no, we are only getting 3 buses and you're supposed to get 5, they'll make a plan that they get the 2 so that it's 5, but not coming up with a long-term solution. So I think that is where the problems are at. So due diligence seems to have been a huge problem from the inception of the contract or the tender.
All right, thank you so much. I've also taken note of your letters in your pack that you have sent to the Department of Community Safety. And you have indicated in your submission that you never received any response regarding those letters. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We never received a response on the 2 letters that are attached there.
Would you then say that the people who should be accounting for these challenges choose to turn a blind eye?
Yes.
That will be all from me, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Mr. Sonakile.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elkoma. Let's move over to Ms. Sebeng. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Sonagile, I only have one question. According to your knowledge, is there a requirement that scholar transport providers should accommodate learners with disabilities?
Not that I'm aware of, and based on the oversights that we've done, I have not seen any bus that I'll say it's compliant to can be able to accommodate disabled people. Or based on the buses, it's your normal buses. Yes, we have not received any challenge as a portfolio committee, but just as a general observation, we've never seen one that I'll say would be compliant if we were to take it to task to say there's a student at the school who's supposed to utilize this service and will you be able to assist them? But we've never came across any that we felt can meet the tick boxes of what a learner transport that caters for disabled people will need.
Okay, so because what you are saying, from what you were saying, I'm correct then to say that it means that if there is a learner who is in those areas that requires transportation, they would not be accommodated, and the department has not placed that requirement on the service provider to accommodate those learners.
I would say so, yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sonagil.
Afternoon.
For the sake of progress, let me introduce myself to you because you came late after the introduction. I am Emmanuel Ngonde. I work for the Commission. I have 10 minutes to transact with you because your time, according to the program, you must be finished by 3 to allow other speakers. Tell me, in terms of oversight, do you provide oversight even on their financial spending or how they spend the budget that is allocated to them? I mean COSATMA in particular.
Yes, in terms of oversight, we can ask any question. We can look at the governance aspect of it, we can look at the finances and all that. We hadn't specifically zoomed into the financial spending in terms of the program, but yes, we have those powers to can do that.
Okay, I want to challenge you to go and look at the financials. I shared with you our pack, and in our pack, there's Auditor General submissions, and just browsing through what the Auditor General has submitted, I think I just want to go to our, but let me not go exactly to the pages, it's towards the end. I looked at 2019, I looked at 2020, and I have looked at 2023. 497, yes, thank you very much, PM. Yes, there's a small file there. I seem to have picked up continuous findings, similar findings. One, of unauthorized spendings that goes in millions of rands. I think 2019 it was 13 million. The following year, it was 300 and something million. Can I challenge you to have a look at that as well, as a portfolio committee?
We will look into that, and maybe I must put a rider to say, you would know that we went into elections in 2024. So we are a new committee. What I will do is to also find maybe reports of the previous committee, because I know that annually we committees engage with the Auditor General, and some of these findings must have been discussed with the committee that set from 2019 to 2024. So we'll definitely do that.
Okay, then let me come to this question. You indicated in your submission orally that they raised issues of budgetary constraints because they are saying, you indicated that 9,000 students, 9,000 some odd, are not able to be accommodated because of financial constraints. Is that correct?
That is correct.
One of the reports that are given by also Auditor General, there was an underspending of over 29 million, 504,000. To you then, with this revelation, does it really make sense that such a reason would be given?
It doesn't. It doesn't, because one would believe, or based on the report that they had given, the 9,045 learners were actually identified by the Department of Education. And then when we probed the Department of Education about the figure, they said it is those that the COSATMA could not assist due to the financial constraints. So you can't have an underspending of 29 million and then come back and say you are having financial constraints. I think it's a matter that we will need to look into. It also goes into paying of service providers. You would know that we are currently sitting with a challenge, and on all engagements I've had with the MEC and the HOD, issues of your cash flow and budget always came up to say that at this stage we are even running at a loss, at a negative. You know, we're going to be getting accruals because we don't have money. So even if there's that underspending, then it's something to look into, and someone must definitely come even to the committee and answer for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Just because of time now, it's a marathon for me, because I don't want don't want us to spend less time on the other speakers. You indicated that in one of your recommendations, you said that there must be a debate to reallocate. I use the word reallocate, or to move this program from COSATMA to education. Did I capture you correctly on that?
Yes.
Then has that debate taken place?
I don't know whether it's the God's work or what, but that debate was today. That is why I came late here. I was participating in that debate in the morning, so it took place today.
Yes, I thank you for that. It was me trying to get a confirmation for the media advisory that we received last night. So at least you put it on record, not me. I hope we hope to hear of the results later on. Look, in your submissions, in your submission again, you indicated that they've supplied you with all the suppliers that they are using in the department. And can I humbly request that you share that information with the commission? My reason for that is because we requested similar information from the HOD's office. And what we need to do is to compare whether they do match what we've been given. Is that in order?
Yes, I'll definitely share the report within 24 hours with the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. There seemed to be a problem with the MEC of COSATMA, in particular, from your evidence, regarding lack of response to engagements or letters that you sent to him. Am I reading that situation correctly?
I would say that it's not a straightforward type of question that will need a straightforward answer. There are other issues that they respond to, others they don't. Unfortunately, for these letters that are specific to your inquiry, they did not respond. We've had other issues that we've taken the department on, or that we oversee the department on, except scholar transport. But on scholar transport issues, especially on the request that we had made on the detailed explanations as to why there's not been consequences, on issues such as where the committee actually resolved, because now there are resolutions of the House, they were adopted to say specific buses, and we even gave them registration numbers, ensure that you revoke those contracts, because we are aware and we have it as a committee that they are not compliant. We never received responses on those. So I think they choose what they would want to respond to based on the gravity maybe of the matter that we're discussing with them at that stage.
Let's ask a question, a different question. Now that you are an oversight committee, do you have, what is your next step looking at the fact that they are ignoring this important question? Because we are talking about a right to education here, and from your evidence, it seems to be widespread. You are receiving messages now and again, and you've been on the ground. You've seen these things yourselves. You've not been told. What is the next step to bring accountability on these matters?
I think we will have to, that question actually requires me and you to sit for 5 hours, because it has also politics in ensuring that there's consequence management. When a committee has done a report, that report is then tabled in the House. The committee will then decide whether the report will be debated or it is just for noting. The moment the House adopts that report, it becomes resolutions of the House. With resolutions, the rules will say that within 3 months, there must be feedback that is being given to the committee. If no feedback comes forward, a process of contempt of the legislature must be started. And your contempt of the legislature would know that it's any action that defies what a committee or committee work is dictating and all that. And contempt is governed by the rules and the Powers and Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament. I think it's Act of 2004. It then says that immediately when you feel that either a department or an individual is not following what the committee had recommended, what the House has resolved on, there must be a process that is started through the House where a chairperson must make a recommendation to the House that let contempt proceedings start, and then the House then has to vote on the matter, and that's where the politics come in. Because even if I am to table a report today and say MEC 1234 does not follow the recommendations of the House, it gets to where we end up voting on even matters of human rights or matters that trample on human rights. That one would think that when a report like this one has been tabled, it's a matter of it being implemented. You can't want to argue with the rights of individuals that have been trampled on. But our system allows it, our system of politics allows it that even if human rights are being trampled on, members must raise their hands and say we vote that there must be contempt proceedings or not. And that is why I think most of the time, most committees get to stuck on, because we all now go back to our political parties and get a political mandate. And I think that's where your Zondo Commission recommendations come in, that later legislatures would be found that you've either been sleeping on the work, while it's not actually true, but it is because of the politics of the day. You are dictated to work up until a certain point. If you now keep on pushing and all that, then you are touching people in their studios, and it will come back to bite you very hard politically. It's career limiting.
My time is actually finished, but can I just 2 minutes, Commissioner, just to deal with 2 issues. One, can I request that you further submit the report probably that you've prepared for Ruth Mambathi, because you said that you dealt with it this year. That's one aspect. In our pack, there are 2 submissions which are anonymous. They are in the first page. You don't have to go there because of time, in interest of time. People are raising issues of intimidation. That is why they are not willing to reveal their name. And unfortunately, they are raising very serious issues. And as an oversight, as a chairperson of the committee, You also indicated issues of intimidation and amongst the principals as well. What is it that you are recommending on this aspect? Because there are a number of people who are raising these particular issues, and even in our own inspections, people were afraid to give us information at some stage because they were running away from certain repercussions.
Yeah, no, it's a tough one, but one would say that when we are dealing with a program such as this one of scholar transport, you would think that the department will also develop some sort of a mechanism for people to be able to send complaints anonymously as well. You know, considering that when you raise some of the issues, you will be seen as if you are being against people from making money, you know, service providers from having food on their table and all that. Sometimes it is not all principals who are honest. Some of them, if you look at the buses that are operating in their schools and the fact that they've not reported, you then ask yourself to say, what is in it for this principal that he has said with these matters? So what I can propose in this regard is to say there must be some sort of a whistleblower system that the department develops where people can be able to freely take matters forward to them. And I think there must be a body that oversees also the work that whoever is responsible for that. I think in departments like your health and others with clinics and hospitals, there's that type of system where if you are not happy with an aspect of a service that they are providing, there's mechanisms that you can follow anonymously, either to lodge a complaint and all that. In this regard, with service, with scholar transport, I've not seen any of that, and I think that is why people would want to come to you and say, please do not reveal my name. And at times you would find some of these people are people who are direct beneficiaries, either who are supposed to be getting scholar transport as a service, and if they are seen to be raising issues, tomorrow they'll be penalized. Either they'll be taken that you're no longer going to get the service, because some people still believe it's a privilege and not a right. Others are even service providers, because when I started opening a can of worms on why sometimes payments are not made to service providers, some service providers will call me and say, I have also been not paid for 6 months or so, but please don't reveal my name, because what if tomorrow when I tender, they don't give me the tender because I speak a lot and all that? So maybe a system must be developed that looks into that, and maybe the department will answer if they have one or they plan to have one.
Thank you very much. Pakedi Primary School. Are you aware of whether they've revoked all the contracts or not?
I'm not aware as to what happened after our recommendations.
The commission visited Pakedi in January this year, on the 15th, I think on the 15th day of January when the schools open. And on that Friday, the 17th, a letter was dispatched, which is found on page, I'll just tell you the page. It is found, in a nutshell, let me just, because for the interest of time, 477, thank you, PM. Issues were raised about Pakedi, and a response which is found on page 479, it's indicating that there are no issues in Pakedi. And unfortunately, our team picked up issues to have a comment on that, because the issues that you found, the team seem to have found those issues being in existence. However, their response, which was done, was delivered or is dated 17 February 2025, is indicating that there are no issues there. Do you have a comment as my last question?
Yeah, we've had the same experience as well as a committee, where we would go to a school immediately after leaving, I believe in writing letters on the spot so that matters don't fall off. You would write to the department to say we've picked up the following, and the response that will come, either verbatim in the meetings or what, will say that there are no challenges. So we've experienced that a number of times. Last year when we went to Parkgate, immediately after leaving Parkgate, when we wrote to the human rights and to the department, I even called the HOD to say this is a very serious matter, and we are told that these 21 learners are not even going to write exams because they've not attended for almost the entire year. And they were saying that no, it is not true. It cannot be there. So it was a back and forth between us and them to say we were there. What are you basing your argument on? But we've had that a number of times on scholar transport issues where you would do a physical verification. And at one point, I even said to the department that they are lying when they say they have monitors. Because how come these monitors never pick these issues up that I can pick a school randomly now that offers scholar transport, and I would go and find issues there, and they will tell you we have monitors who do this. So I said you don't have these monitors, what there, you must fire all of them. Actually, because it means they are not working. But we've had that experience as well.
Commissioner, let me edit there. The issues are many, but we will probably be dealing with submissions further than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nkonde Pierre.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, your report, Mr. Sonabigla, it raises a lot of questions. Maybe the first question I should start with, the issue of why the complaint was referred to the commission by the portfolio committee. Because that's the first question I had, because I see the portfolio committee as an oversight institution and body like us, but then you chose to refer a complaint to us. And I take it, is it because of the political difficulties you've outlined in enforcing the recommendations of the committee that you saw it fit to refer the matter to us?
No, thank you. Yes, you are correct. One, it's because of the political difficulties that are there. But two, we felt as a committee then that the package issue specifically trampled on human rights.
Okay.
And it needed a spotlight that will only, because if you look at our report, we are all over the place. When we're still looking at the finances, we are touching also on service providers. When we are still there, we are on third-party liabilities and all that. But I know that human rights would put a spotlight specifically on the rights of these 21 learners whose right to education has been infringed, the right to dignity and all that. And if you look at the package story, it's not only limited to those learners not coming to school. It also goes to a point where those learners, when there was still that contract, they would be taken to school in a buggy that was provided by a nearby farmer who at some point felt that, no, I'm not getting anything out of this, leave me alone. So their right to dignity and all others. So I knew that at least this one would be given the attention that as a committee, because we are only going to go back to Dr. Wood again in October in 2025. A lot of things would have happened between then and now, and it would be better on us and reflect better on us as members of parliament that we said when there was something that could be done quickly.
Okay. All right. I will request you, Mr. Sonabile, because of time, so that you try to curtail some of the responses. You've already indicated that you had a debate this morning regarding the transfer of the function back to the Department of Education, and you've had several engagements on that issue. Okay, the first question is the recommendation to transfer the function back to the Department of Education suggests that the function was with the Department of Education initially. Do you know why it was initially moved from the Department of Education to COSATMA? And whether now that we are proposing a transfer, have the initial issues which resulted in the function being transferred to COSATMA been resolved?
Okay, the first one, I'm not aware as to whether it was once with education or not. What I do know is that it was a proposal from one of the members to say, because Scholar transport deals mainly with another component of education,
Yes.
one way or the other. It will be best that maybe it goes to education, so that when they come and respond on education matters, it becomes part of the package, unlike having it residing somewhere and all that. So I'm not aware of that. But the debate, indeed, we had the debate, and I would maybe request that I try to get you the clip
Yes.
of the debate so that you can see where the politics come in. Even the member who sponsored that debate today sang a different tune because it was now reduced to politics in a sense that someone was even saying that we are trying to create a fight between the two MECs. You are trying to get more budget for another department at the expense of the other. So it actually became a shame. It was no longer focusing on the bigger picture as to why was it proposed that it goes to education. The systemic issues and all this that needed to be dealt with. None of the debaters today touched on that. It ended up, it was political. You'll see for yourself.
All right. And also linked to the discussion regarding the transfer of the function, because what I've been also trying to establish on my side is the legal basis for COSATMA assuming this function of providing scholar transport. Have you been able to establish that? Where, or is it just an arrangement that was, or is there legal basis in legislation which transferred that function? Yeah.
I'm not aware of any legislation that speaks to that. I think it was an arrangement that was made in the province. I think because your transport functions lie with COSATMA. So I think they just took it that it is one of those transport issues that must be dealt with, because when we do commuter subsidies and everything, they are with COSATMA. So I think they took it from there to say anything that has to do with transport, take it to COSATMA because it deals with transport issues. But there's no legal basis. But the committee then, I think we once requested our researcher to also look at other provinces to see what is the situation. And we found that even with other provinces, it differs. There are others where it's with education, there are others where it's with transport. And the ones that where it's with transport, most of them were experiencing the same challenges as the Northwest.
Okay. On page 43 of your report, you've outlined the processes that are followed, not you, but the department during that meeting outlined the processes they follow when awarding contracts. They outline all the safeguards that are in the service level agreements to ensure that the issues that you are reporting do not even occur. But of course, as you've indicated from your oversight work, there are lapses. And for me, I was really trying to understand if it is correct that all service providers are vetted. If it is, and how then does this state of affairs come to be?
Yeah, it's a question that we are also asking, because when you look at this report, especially on the part where the department speaks, it's a very good report. If you are just going to read this without going into work, that the actual work that we did of oversight, you would believe that the system is functioning very well, because there are terms that are put there that if you do this, will invoke this clause and all that. But in reality, you don't find that. And like I said, you don't even also find a sense of consequence management,
Yes.
which is a problem.
And that's the question I want to come to. You emphasize in your evidence consequence management in respect of contractors. But in the request for submission, we also requested an indication of consequence management in respect of officials from the Department of COSATMA. And in their response, they've indicated that there is no official that has been held accountable for these lapses. And when you look at the system, if there are officials doing their job, we shouldn't have these lapses. And then, and then what is your comment then when the department itself says no single official has been held accountable for any of the lapses that communities are reporting and that you have seen in your own oversight work?
Yeah, that is one of the biggest challenges with all this. If you look at page 45 of our report, we had actually forced them to give us a list of service providers that they have invoked penalties on. And you'll see there's only 5 service providers that are listed there. And if you look at how big the scholar transport challenges are, it can't be that you'll only penalize 5 buses or 5 service providers when this issue is so big. And you are correct. We also asked about officials as well, and we were told that none of them has been charged. And just sitting where I am now and with the questions that you are asking me, I would say that the people who are supposed to do the daily monitoring must be charged. The people who signed off the report that said that the vetting was done correctly, all the cars met everything, despite even later finding out that some people did not use their own vehicles for verification and all that, and still not doing anything about it, must also be charged. And if we are now going to be very strict in terms of the PFMA, the accounting officer as the HOD of the department must also account to say what action have you taken. If there's none, then you must put your head on the block and say we're charging you. And that is where also the MEC, in terms of the political directives and all that, must also come in.
All right. I just want to quickly move to the issue of the learners who require scholar transport but have not been provided with scholar transport. So we'll start with the figures that were provided to you as a committee on page 49 of your report. You indicated that according to the department, but I'm also mindful, of course, that maybe the figures were given at different points in time, which can also account for some of the differences. But the figure that you were given as a committee is 9,045. Do you see that? But when you page to page 136 of the bundle, we look at the figures that have been provided with by the Department of Education as of, let me just check the date. Okay. As of December, the figure of learners who require transportation on page 136, paragraph 2, you will note there is 8,340. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then when you go to page 446 of the bundle, the figures from the Department of COSATMA, also from December, the figures of learners who should be getting scholar transport but are not is 5,468. So none of those figures are speaking to each other. So in your engagements with both the Department of Education and COSATMA, did this issue of discrepancies around the number of learners who should be provided with transport but are not arise?
No, it didn't. With us, actually, there was only one figure. It was a report from education to
Okay.
the committee. That's where the 9,045 came from, that they gave to the committee. What I'll try to do is to, maybe through the committee administrator, try to source the report that they gave to the committee in October 2024.
Okay. All right. Thanks. And I think you said in your evidence you are engaging which department again on Friday?
COSATMA.
Okay, if maybe perhaps through that engagement, if there's any information that can also give light to this issue, because if we don't have a proper quantification of the issue, we will not be able to address the issue. Now, also linked to the issue of the numbers, you specifically asked in your recommendations that you be provided you've been provided with information by the Department of Education of where the 9,000, you're working on the 9,000 figure. Where are they? How are they getting to school? Is that report, have you received that report, or is it still forthcoming? Because you only said it's the system issues that were, the report was due this year. When was this particular report due? Because we will also like to know what is happening with those learners who are not in the system.
Yeah, it is one of those reports where as a committee we'll have to do a follow-up. It was due on December 2024 when they closed for the December holidays, because it applied to learners in that academic year of 2024. So it's one report. But you'd remember what we did here, because we are not directly a committee that oversees education. We then did a joint with education. That's how we managed to get the two in one room. So I think through the sister portfolio committee of education, we would then request them to write to the department and get that report as per the recommendations.
Okay, as I conclude, maybe let's go to page 50. I just want us to move out of this room being clear which recommendations have been complied with, which recommendations are outstanding. I think you've already dealt with 6.1, the debate which took place today. 6.2, you said you've received that information.
Yes, on the list of service providers, yes.
And you'll provide us with that for comparison. 6.3, the report you've indicated is still outstanding. You'll follow up. 6.4, the report on the 21 learners at Pakedi. Have you received that report?
No.
Of whether there's been catch-up program for those learners? You don't have that report. Okay, we'll perhaps ask the department when it comes to also assist us with that. Okay, we'll move to 6.6. Did you get the report of all the vehicles that underwent verification?
No.
Okay, it's still outstanding. Perhaps the department will then assist us when they come to give the evidence. Okay, penalized. I think you said you were the list of service providers that were penalized. You have that information. List of providers contracted in other provinces. Do you have that list?
No.
Contractors who are in an informal arrangement. Do you have that list? You don't have that list. And we've already given evidence on 610 that you don't know if the contracts have been revoked. 611, you've indicated that there were inspections earlier this year.
Yes, as per the report, yeah.
Okay, 6.12, the department must audit all the payments that have been made and start fast tracking the process of all non-payments.
No.
The
audit part is not done. The last part of the recommendation on fast tracking of non-payments, I think the department, you must actually ask them about it, because that's where the issues of your cash flows and everything were reported as to why they're not paying service providers.
Okay, report on possible fraudulent activities as of, that was due end of January. Have you received that?
Not yet.
Okay, the electronic system is upcoming, right? Because we're still in March. The consultative forum, is it something that has happened?
Not yet. Financial year end, that one.
Okay, financial year end. And the copies of the contracts, have they been provided to district officials, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay, Human Rights Commission, you've already reported the matter. We've already dealt with the report of the learners unaccounted for. And I think in the interest of time, then allow me to thank you for your time. But maybe as a parting shot, we've gone through a number of the recommendations, Mr. Sonabile, and from what I could count, I think it's about 3 of the many recommendations that you've made out of 19 that have been complied with. And your reflections on that, and your view of how responsible departments take accountability, how seriously they take accountability. If you can have 19 recommendations relating to human rights issues, and only about 3 are being adhered to.
Yeah, it says a lot about public service in general that is being administered in the province. But then again, it also talks to issues of consequence management, as I've said earlier, that things are just taken as a by the way, you know. But again, it also makes one ask deep questions of issues of mandates. And I think that is where the issue of the debate on education versus transport come in. There's nothing legally binding COSATMA to deal with scholar transport issues. But with education, because their core function is to deal with children and all that, even their values are aligned to being sensitive to children and all that. You won't expect the same with transport, and maybe that is why they don't see the seriousness that we sometimes see. And that is why at one point we pushed and called for the 2 of them to be in one room. And you could tell from the tone and the way that the responses were coming that for the other one, it is more of a business transaction, that we are contracting this person to come and do this service, and we just want to check whether the service was performed, and then we pay. But for the other one, it goes deeper than that, because it also talks to your results at the end of the year and all that, that if this child does not get to school and all that, COSATMA is not concerned about that. COSATMA, to them, it is this project of scholar transport. We have to ensure that there's value for money and all that, and you can go to town as to whether they complied with checking that value for money and all that. But it says a lot about vision and vision of mission of the 2 versus one another, and whether it is correctly located, maybe as a debate to be taken forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonakile. Mine is just one. You have been referring to consequence management. So as the portfolio committee, is it not so that you can summon the department to an engagement wherein you would then find out what they've done in respect of their obligations, but not only the department, you can also go as far as the MEC and ultimately ultimately then report to the NCOP if you feel that still the MEC is also falling short of his or her mandate insofar as it is concerned.
No, you are indeed correct, and that is still going to happen. You would know that the financial year end of departments, it is end of March. In terms of the plan that the committee has, is to say that from April, when we do our program, we will need to call COSATMA now to answer on comprehensive issues, this report included, where we'll take them one-on-one now to say, have you achieved this and all that, because there were differing time frames that were attached, but it's still something that the committee is going to do. As to whether we'll be able to push it to where it can get in terms of what the legislation is saying in terms of your powers and privileges is a topic for another day. But we are definitely as a committee going to call them and say you have failed on the following, and even make a recommendation to say in terms of contempt of the legislature, which is a criminal offense, this must happen, and if the committee must go and lay charges, we would do that. But as to whether the legislature, after it gets tabled, would do all other processes, dates, and other stuff, but we'll definitely summon them.
All right, but at least it is almost soothing to know that there are measures in place that can be used. The only question is whether they are going to be used, which is really the narrative that is out there, especially when one talks about government departments.
That is true. Let me not even go further than that, because even the summoning part in April, if I'll still be the chairperson of that committee. So.
But thank you so much. You have really made an invaluable contribution to the process. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work, and we would want to then know when can we get some of the information that you have alluded to, that you said you do have in your possession or you can find for us. Are we able to put a time frame to it?
Yeah, let's say within 24 hours, because these are reports that we have through our secretariat of the committee. I can get them. I know the ones that I've noted, but if there's more, I would appreciate if they can be written to me to say this is what we still need. But I've noted the list of service providers. I said within 24 hours. I've noted the report that the Department of Education presented to the committee, where we got the figure of 9,045. Those ones I'll definitely, when I leave here, ensure that the secretariat of the committee sends that to the commission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are excused. I don't even want to ask them. I'm sure they'll still have more questions for you. But thank you so much for availing yourself this afternoon. You're excused. According to our program, we're supposed to have a tea break, but I would say let's have a work tea break. So there is tea at the back. If you want to get tea, please, you can move silently to the back and get your tea. But we're going to proceed with our next presenter. Silently, please. Silently, please. We are then moving over to, the Treasury. Thank you so much for availing yourself. If you can just stand for a moment. Is it going to be the oath or the affirmation? Your full names, please. Your age? Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? No, I have no objection. Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience? I do. If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you. You may take a seat. And the telecoma. Oh, this one, it is going to be Mr. Nkonde. All right. Mr. Nkonde, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Ntate Kumete. No, sorry, I was about to ask because in Nguni it seemed like it's two surnames. So my apologies for butchering your surname. I see you've brought yourself a nice small document to make your presentation. No, you can use it, but for the purpose of this inquiry, we've prepared a big document next to you. And I think your presentation would be found from, I mean, your scope of work would be found from page 68. And then your submission starts from page 72. Without putting any limitations to you, can you take us through what you have prepared as a department based on the request that we sent through to you from page 68? And then after that, we would then have an opportunity to discuss what you've submitted. In terms of our program, you are allocated 45 minutes. I know that the time starts from 3:15, but with the indulgence of the commissioner or chairperson, can we not reduce his time? Can we give him that 45 minutes and then we would take it from there in terms of question? Because his presentation is very important and is very crucial. And just to put context as well, Commissioner, it is an anomaly that the department is accommodated on the first day. We usually push it to the last day so that they account and they get an opportunity to speak to issues that have been presented before them. However, through our engagement with them, they requested that they be bumped forward because tomorrow there's a budget speech which solely operates within their space. They also undertaken, Commissioner, that their team would remain in attendance if there are any additional issues that requires their attention. An additional written submission would be received from their office. Thank you very much,
No,
Commissioner.
it is in order, Ms. Sekonde, you will still be afforded the time is allocated in terms of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, can we begin? Can you please take a microphone and hold it by hand? We are live streaming. There are people who are listening throughout the country.
Yes.
I'm requesting that you take it closer to your mouth so that we get more audible. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. As I begin, I want to just confirm with you how much time do you give me just to read into the record the document?
45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yes.
No, I think let me start. I wish to indicate that as per the notice and inquiry letter dated the 27th of January 2025, insofar as it relates to the complaints received by the Commission on the challenges of the provision of the scholar transport in the Northwest, we, as part of our submission, started with the background. And in the background, we are indicating the provisions that establishes the provincial treasury. But quite importantly, we are indicating the provisions and powers and functions which obviously are provided in the law in terms of the work provincial treasury. On page 73, in terms of the discussions, we are referencing it to the South African Human Rights Commission Act, wherein we were requested to make a submission as part of the investigative inquiry. We want to indicate that given the challenges of the scholar transport in the Northwest Province and the high spending on providing such scholar transport expenditure by the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management in the year 2018 and 2019 and financial years, the Provincial Treasury as a consequence of some of the concerns which were raised around scholar transport, undertook a comprehensive scholar transport route verification across the province, and we used the services of our provincial internal audit. I must just indicate to the Commission that our internal audit is a shared service, and as part of their responsibility, they are looking at all the departments except the Department of Education. The primary objective of the scope of the route verification was to provide what we consider to be an independent, reasonable assurance to COSATMA that the scholar transport routes paid by the department were accurate in terms of the following: one, operators performing the services; number and types of transport used by the operator; the actual services rendered as determined based on the verification. Amongst others, the PIA Scholar Transport Route Verification Report concluded with the following recommendations. A, that the service level agreement must include detailed route descriptions as a key control, that the department must at least on a quarterly basis perform reconciliation, controls must be in place, specifically the basic level of internal controls that must be applied by the Department of Education on the validity, completeness, accuracy of monthly statistics, and similarly COSATMA must use this information as a reconciliation and substantiation tool verifying operators rendering the service and number of learners. It is important to note for the Commission that it is always important for the Department of Education and COSATMA to work together insofar as it relates to this function. Towards the end of 2018, service monitoring firms were appointed by COSATMA on the verification of the new, and as part of them, exercise was similar to the 2019, but in addition, they were required to identify and make recommendations on services provided to non-qualifying beneficiaries, services that should be rationalized, and services that should be terminated, and in consultation of the relevant stakeholders. The final recommendations was that a standard operating procedure, SOP, was the missing link for the management of scholar transport, and it was not identified through the verification process. It is a fact that one of the key elements to a good and effective internal control system is an SOP, Chair, and I'm not going to read it to the record. Funds allocated for the scholar transport program in the Northwest, we are providing an indication over a period of 6 years of how we have funded the scholar transport, and the last 3 columns provide an indication of the MTF allocation in terms of the scholar transport. As a matter of fact, is that in the next 3 years, we would be spending in excess of 1.2 billion in terms of this expenditure item. And I need to bring the Commission's attention to the 2022-23, and as a result of the intervention by Treasury and having worked with community safety and transport management, it was considered appropriate that their allocation should be adjusted upwards. And that is the reason why you would see that the amount would have been higher. I've already spoken on page 75 to the table which shows the audited outcome for scholar transport. However, I want to indicate that from 2021, 2020-21, 22-23, we observed a decline in the accruals of pockets of underspending. These are the years when COSATMA was also making efforts in implementing the recommendations of other reports on sound management of scholar transport, including the report of the internal audit. We reflect on the challenges of the funding of the scholar transport in the Northwest, if any. The provincial treasury, following a benchmark analysis with other provinces through the Government Technical Advisory Center, which is commonly referred as the GTEC Expenditure Review Analysis, reports increased the baseline allocation for scholar transport from 300 million to 450, amounting to 1.3 over the MTF. However, during our expenditure review engagement, it was noted with great concern the following challenges faced by the department in implementing the scholar transport function. One, the overloading of buses as learners increase annually, accruals and the increased needs from the Department of Education above the allocated budget. Building on additional school infrastructure or an increase in classroom in the current existing school system, which obviously has an impact on the number of scholars or learners that needs to be transported. Migration of parents from one place to the other. And lastly, that failure to renovate some of the schools, leading to the Department of Labor and Employment closing non-compliant schools and resulting in learners being relocated and transported further away from their homes. We speak to the measures in place to address any funding challenges if they exist and assist the relevant departments in addressing scholar transport challenges. And we are indicating that during our engagement, which I think they are continuous, it was mentioned that the underspending on that is mainly caused by the late submission of invoices by some of the service providers. It was also mentioned that reminders are sent to non-submitting default service providers, and the process is being monitored to ensure timely payments of their payment. Despite budget reduction as a result of National Treasury implementing fiscal consolidation reduction, the Provincial Treasury continues to ensure that the scholar transport funds are not only protected, are ring-fenced, and the allocations are earmarked over the MTF, and these allocations are not reducing. Any other information to provide safe, effective, integrated, and sustainable learner transport in the province, both COSATMA and the Department of Education must establish a monitoring structure that on a quarterly basis conduct unannounced inspection of scholar transport vehicles, implementation of electronic monitoring system, and enforcement of compliance measures to protect the learners. Hope and trust that the Commission will find the information provided useful for a fruitful engagement. As I've indicated, Chair, that the verification report from page 77 and I think to page 94 deals in detail with what we had done as part of our efforts to ensure that we do two things. One, also to ensure that there is adequate funding for scholar transport, but B, that there are control measures that are implemented by both education and COSATMA as to ensure that our learners are safe in terms of the modes of transport that are used. And Chair, I think that is what I want to read into the record and not necessarily read the annexure, which is quite detailed in terms of the internal audit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gnene. We would now move to the questions that we have in relation to your submission. And can I just hasten to indicate that we would be referring to both your oral submission, which I think mirrors exactly what is what you submitted in writing. I'm not a numbers man. You will help me with numbers. My mathematics is very limited at some point. Can we start with your mandate? What is your mandate as the department?
I think in brief, I mean, largely it's about facilitating funding to government departments insofar as it relates to the provision of services. That's the first thing. It's about allocation. Secondly, I think it is the responsibility of Treasury to largely provide reports on the financial performance of the departments. And I think the last part, we are also expected to provide support to the departments insofar as it relates to the provision of services through financing.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we move on to delve deeper into the issues that you've raised, can you unpack what support you are indicating or you are speaking about in your last submission and in what you just said last?
We have various programs, support programs. I mean, just to be in brief in terms of structural arrangement, is that we've got what we call the budget office. In the main, they provide support to all the departments insofar as it relates to the preparation of the budget, including but not limited to issues of reporting, both in terms of capacity and both in terms of any specific request that would be required by the department. That's one part. And I think probably that's where the Commission's interest will be. But something that is obviously we do as part of our accounting support program through the Accountant General, we've got the responsibility to support the department with the preparation of AFS as part of ensuring that we enhance the accountability leading to the preparation of the AFS, generation of the annual report, and presenting them. The other part, I mean, we run various training and capacity initiatives as support to support the department in terms of knowledge, skills, and the capability to manage the finances of the department.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, what are your limitations as the department in terms of you issue a report, is not followed? What can you do?
I think maybe let me, in answering your question, is that there's an important provision of the PFMA which brings in the accountability process much more clear, and that is section 88 of the PFMA, which indicates that the responsibility of the accounting officers to account for the utilization of government resources. And I'm going to come to your question in terms of the limitation. So the legislation envisages a situation where primarily the accounting officer should account for the rents and cents in the department. And in instances where treasury have to provide support or intervention, and their limitation, and those limitations comes as a consequence of us not being legal, being able to take over the responsibility of the accounting office, unless obviously directed by the Executive Council. And that has to do with the provision of the Section 80 in terms of what we can do. To say that the Section 18 provides that in instances, and some of them they are extreme, in instances where there are issues and we feel that these issues are beyond us, in the extreme cases, we can withhold the funds of the department or an entity. But that is catastrophic, I mean, in terms of what is envisaged in the law. But the limitation is largely because we can do so much in terms of the legislation. And beyond that, it's an issue of escalation. Not necessarily, because we cannot perform the responsibility of another accounting officer.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to take you to that extreme. Section 18. Yes or no answer. Have you exercised it before?
Yes, we have.
Can you please elaborate on when did you exercise it?
It might not be in this specific instance. I mean, we have exercised it in Department of Health in the past.
Can you please use the microphone so
Well,
that...
I'm saying we have
Yes.
exercised it in the past, where we, even in public works, where we took some of the responsibility, but it was as a consequence of the decision of the executive, because it means that decision.
Okay, thank you very much. We are still there on the withholding of funds. What would warrant you withholding funds on this program?
On Scholar,
On Scholar, yes.
under the circumstances, I think we need to consider the implication of holding it in relation to what is expected.
Put differently, or you are not answering my question, let me just be frank. What would be that extreme that you would have to withhold funds?
We have not come to the conclusion under the current circumstances to hold funds for Scholar.
I don't think that is the question that I've asked.
Maybe just put
The question is,
lightly, the instances that might not have happened yet, but instances that have already been predetermined, wherein you can withhold funds. That's the question.
Yes, I think the difficulty, Commissioner,
can we use the mic?
the difficulty is to envisage a situation where I would have to explain how would I have come to that conclusion on the basis of something that I would have not experienced. So I'm trying to visualize. I mean, if somebody says to me that in the current circumstances, if people have stolen buses, as an example, Scholar buses, would it warrant that the money should be withheld? And I think that's in the current circumstances, because it's about the service of Scholar. When you hold that funds, we are withholding it in anticipation that we are being punitive. And the challenge is that what is its implication?
Mr. Gunene, the question is for me, it's direct, it's simple. One envisages a situation where you've got categories that are predetermined. It's stipulated that in the instance this happens, then the funds would not be paid.
No, in the current...
So unless if you're saying there is no such a situation.
There is no such...
Sorry, I was disturbed a little.
No, there is no such. Even national, I'm not aware.
Okay.
So basically what you're saying can never happen. There's
All what I'm saying, Commissioner, is that in the current investor situation, there is nothing which says that under these circumstances, you reserve the right to withhold the funds. That's the point that I'm making.
Okay.
Legislation.
Let me advance this question because I'm still there. I'm not moving. In the Department of Health, you've withheld funds. That's what you said, right?
No, maybe the context. In the Department of Health, remember Section 18 has got various steps. But I mean, I was saying that Section 18 has got the extremism. In the Department of Health, it was not withholding of funds. It was about managing the finances of health through treasury by performing the responsibility of an accounting officer.
But now we are being technical. My first question to you was, have you ever had to exercise Section 18 where you withheld funds? My understanding of your response was, yes, we've had to implement it at some stage. You went along and gave examples. Did I capture that correctly?
No, I think maybe there was a misunderstanding. I was saying in the context of Section 18. And what I said is that Section 18, I mean, it provides for various things. And I made a point that the withholding of funds is the extreme. And if the question was that, have you have instances where you have withheld funds, the answer would be no. But if the question is that, have you have instances where you have exercised Section 18 in one way or the other, to the exclusion of withholding of funds, the answer would be yes.
Let me ask this question differently. Again, we are still there. No, let me be direct and not go to, can we go to the pack? I want us to go not to your submission, to the ages report. The second one, the small pack. There are instances, I want to take you to a page 498. It's titled Matters of Emphasis and Unauthorized and Fruitless Expenditure, or unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that particular section, number 11. Can you introduce that paragraph into the record? Number 11 only.
No, I wanted just to check this for which year.
Yes, it's for 2019.
Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to confirm first. In terms of that paragraph is matters of emphasis, which obviously, as indicated, is not modified in respect of this matter. In other words, the age is bringing the attention of the...
No. My question was, can you just introduce it into the record, because not everyone has the pack.
Oh, I must read it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, no, remember...
My apologies.
My finance, when you say...
I understand that. I understand. Yes. I will
now
try.
read it, Chair. I draw to the attention to the matters below. My opinion is not modified in respect of these matters. Unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as disclosed in note number 11 to the financial statements, unauthorized expenditure of 13 million in respect of prior years has not been resolved. That's the first.
Okay, that's the only part I want on that context. If there would be such a spending which is unauthorized, would it not justify invoking Section 18 in whatever form, whether you withhold or whether you take over the function in order to render support?
No.
Let's go back then. What would be the circumstances where you would invoke and take over and give support?
As I said, Commissioner, I wouldn't be able to invest, but the answer in this instance is no. But all what I'm saying is that the legislation is not saying that under these circumstances we can withhold funds.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but my issue here is, even if there's unauthorized spending, it's okay with the department from the response that you are giving.
No, I think that is inconsistent with what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that in the legislation, it is not prescriptive as to at what point you should withhold funds. But what you are reading in terms of it is okay, There are processes that must be followed in instances where you have incidents like this.
Would it not justify your department to start some of those processes if there's so much money in
And to understand, is it such processes to hold funds?
No. To hold them accountable in terms of Section 18, whether you are withholding, whether you are applying to take over the process, but will it not warrant you as a department to say, guys, this thing has been raised by AG for the past few years and it has not been resolved until 2019. I think now we need to support you. You go to whoever that needs to authorize you to take steps in order to correct this.
Yeah. No, I think, and the reason why I wanted to be very clear in my response is that my response is not in the context of withholding of funds. There are incidents which compels us as part of our responsibility to intervene in whatever form. And in this instance, I've read into the record the work that we have done based on having to understand the root cause of the problem with the view of providing support.
Okay. Allow me to stay in this question again. I may not get into others because this for me is very important and it's very key. And you saved us time in your presentation, so we are still into your 45 minutes.
No, it's fine.
Yes.
No problem.
What are the instances that have led you to take over functions from the Department of Health?
What were the instances that allowed us to perform the functions of health in terms of finances and accounting notice?
Thank you.
Yes, that's the part that led, so that at least I don't want to miss your question, so that at least
You've captured it correctly.
I mean, there were a few things at that time. A is that there were challenges with regard to budget. I mean, that's the first thing. Secondly is that there were huge challenges around procurement of goods and services. And lastly was that the inability to provide the necessary report to make it possible for us to report either in terms of financial and non-financial.
Okay, I understand. Page 504.
Of the small one?
Yes. It's the small one for his purpose. 504, yes. Paragraph 55. Can you read that paragraph into record?
The Special Investigative Unit, SIU, was mandated to investigate irregularities and maladministration.
No.
Which one?
504. Are you on 504?
Oh, I'm on 505.
No, 504. Paragraph 55.
Okay. The department paid scholar transport suppliers directly without following procurement processes as prescribed by the Treasury Regulation 16A 6.1. The department paid 554 million in the current financial year to the respective suppliers. The payments made to the suppliers is likely to result in material financial loss as the price paid for the scholar transport is significantly higher than the market price. The accounting office...
Let's stop it there.
Okay.
Yes. Let's move to paragraph 56. Can you also read that into record?
Payments of 554 million were made to scholar transport suppliers in the current financial year. Effective internal controls were not in place for the approval and processing of these payments as required by Treasury Regulations 8.1.1, resulting in some suppliers being paid for services not delivered.
Thank you. Let's leave it there. From paragraph 56, my understanding is that some suppliers benefited from services they did not offer. Is that a correct interpretation of that paragraph, that portion that you read?
That would be my understanding.
Okay. And then paragraph 55 is also speaking to direct payments without following proper procurement procedures. Is that my understanding? Is my understanding of that also in line with yours?
Quite correct.
In your explanation, when you spoke about taking over the finances or the functions of the Department of Health, you indicated that there were procurement procedures that were not followed, right? And in this report, when the auditor, it's when the auditor starts, I think the first page, he's indicating that on paragraph 3, that I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for payment of scholar transport service providers that has been accounted for. Basically, I'm speaking to the fact that there's also documentation deficit. There are certain payments that were made which the Auditor General could not audit because they are not documents. It's in page 497, paragraph 3. That's what I'm saying. So there are 2 instances now. Procurement procedures have not been followed. That is the first part. People have been paid who have not rendered services. 3, there are not documents to support some of the payments that have been made. Is it not justification enough to invoke section 18, specifically the one you referred to, comparing it directly with what you submitted regarding health?
No, Chair, I think if you need to appreciate and contextualize the issues of health in relation to this one, because I think I get the sense that the narrative now is to use the health without that information and equate it to this one. But let me answer the question. I thought that I should just make it clear.
Thank you.
The second one is that the context of the AG, and I think I get a sense that because if the questions was about the AG report in relation to what I've presented, and the extent to which we have fall short in terms of section 18, it should come that way, as opposed to raising a matter that relates from the AG's report. And the expectation is for me to give an interpretation of the AG report in the context of section 18, which obviously creates a challenge. But let me answer the question, Chair, is that it is not, you look at a whole host of issues in terms of issues of section 18. It is not incidental. It is not one thing. A combination of many things. And in this instance, I've already read into the report that efforts were made as part of the verification. Some of the issues that are being raised by the AG, just to be specific, the objective of the verification was to do, amongst others, any other general compliance as determined. And it would include issues of SCF. And the intention was to deal with the root cause so that when you go to the next bid, that's what the intention is, that all these other issues that are obviously of a challenge, they are addressed. And that is the reason why, if you look at the recommendations of the internal audit, they speak directly to the challenges that are raised in the AG's report.
Okay. I will leave it and make my submission towards the end. I think I've over-exhausted this part, and I don't think we are finding each other or we are agreeing on this aspect. The verification process. Page in your report now, the big page. When was the verification process conducted?
Let me confirm the.
Yes, your report is on page 73.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I just want to confirm, Chair.
Colleagues, there's some noise. Please be patient. We are almost at the end of the day. I know it's been a long day. We really apologize, but we need to get this information. It is very crucial to the right to education and the right to have a safe scholar transport in the province. Thank you.
Chair, I think in terms of the date of the report, if I look at on page 294, for me it appears as the 22nd 07/2019.
2019.
Yes.
Okay. So, is it safe for me then to move on the basis that we are in 2019 here in the report?
Yeah, no, I think you would note, Chair, that it does speaks to
Yes.
the year. So I think,
Yes. Yes. Even though some paragraph speaks to current years and other things, you are specific
yeah, I
there.
think,
Yes.
can-
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, paragraph C of page 73. Yes, of page 73. You're introducing your recommendations, right?
Yeah, no, I see it at the bottom.
Yes. From 2019 to date, can you put it on record on all these? Maybe let's go to them one by one. COSATMA must at least, on a quarterly basis, perform reconciliation between the various sources of information to identify and address discrepancies. I mean. That is page 74. Has that been done?
Chair, I would not vouch to the fact that it has certainly been done to the extent to which it was captured there, but I think we can confirm, because I mean we have not done a confirmation in terms of the extent to which some of the issues which were raised in the report have been addressed.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think we can do a submission in terms of confirmation. I just don't want to speculate.
Okay. I don't mean to be disrespectful with the question that I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
I'm asking you in the most humblest sense that I can gather. Is there a reason why the department submitted a report speaking of 2019 when we are in 2025? Maybe in 2025, yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
No, I think maybe just to give the context, because I think probably out of the understanding of what we were requested to do, and the reason why we had to look at that important report of the verification, it was out of an understanding that if we were not going to look back at some of the major challenges that resulted in COSATMA having challenges on the fund, particularly, because part of what we are trying to do was to establish what we consider to be a credible baseline. I'm talking about from a budget perspective. I think that was the main and our understanding probably was to give the commission a sense that at a particular point, there were challenges in terms of the funding of the scholar, which is still the case. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to cast our eyes back and look at what is that we would have done in the past before we deal with the current. Mm-hmm. And I think that would have been said. But I mean, if the question was that, give us a sense of how you have dealt with the scholar transport since the implementation or since the report, we can still do that, Chair. I don't think, probably it was something that we could have. But I think by reading the report and having to answer based on what was asked, we thought that is adequate. And I mean, if it's not adequate, we are welcome to make supplementary things. I don't think it's a problem.
Through you, Chair, can I request that we receive a more updated report? Let me, the Chair will determine the dates and everything. From these recommendations, because I think your first response to the first recommendation is giving me a feeling that you might not be aware if any of these recommendations might have been implemented.
Correct.
You are the accounting officer, right?
Sorry?
You are the accounting officer for the Department of Treasury, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Not for COSAP.
No, yes, for COSATMA, yeah. We are dealing with your report.
Yes, I was saying.
I'm getting a sense here that looking at these submissions, because for me, these are core issues that led to the findings that you picked up when you were verifying, and the issues of budgets. And you, through your admission, you are saying there are still issues. Is it correct? There are still issues.
Chair, you know, part of what we are dealing with in terms of scholar, apart from the issues of the budget, and I think the point will arise which relates to the efficacy of the service, whether there is value for money. But at the core of what we are trying to do and address in the first instance, because in many instances, Chair, and I'm taking long, in many instances when some of the challenges that are service related raised, the issue that is always raised is a funding issue, budget issue, and that's the context. And I think probably our approach to the question would have been that to deal with what is that we have done as Treasury to support COSATMA in its effort to provide service with education in the context of the funding, if you understand. And I mean, if the question arises that what is that from a service delivery point of view, those are the things that you would have picked up, and those are the things that you would have addressed as part of the implementation, that you could submit the separate report. And I think that's the context in which I would have read it. And I think that's the emphasis that I'm putting.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think it will fall from part of the supplementary thing. The point that I'm trying to drive here, to me, it would have made sense to reflect on what is happening. Maybe this year you've not done anything, but to give a sense of the challenges as of 2024. This report to me paints a picture of hit and run. You did the work, you looked at, you recommended and left. The recommendations are gathering dust somewhere. That's the feeling I'm getting from this.
No, but I think you need to contextualize it with the questions that we asked, Chair. Because I think we are responding to the questions. And I think I find it very strange that in our attempts to provide the information to the Commission, and if indeed the information was inadequate, I mean, if we are called to say that, who would have done so? And that's the only concern, that it's not, it would be extremely difficult to digest an input which suggests that some of the work which was done around internal audit, it was a hit and run. At least from because I mean, it provided valuable information which requires intervention. And I think probably the issue is that we might not have covered it adequate in terms of progress, which I accept that can be finished.
Yes, I understand that, and I apologize to you for sounding crude, but to me, it still remains that it sounds like the report is gathering dust, because you haven't revisited to look at whether they have corrected these mistakes. That is my thing. Let's move on. And I may have left you behind. We're no longer dealing with now the financial aspect of things. We are dealing now with the global issues in the scholar program. Yes. There are issues in your report, particularly 74 in that table underneath. There were issues of underspending. For the interest of time, how do you deal with underspending? Because even Auditor General spoke of underspending consistently in the audit reports that have been submitted. How do you deal with issues of underspending when it comes to this particular program? Or how have you dealt with issues of underspending?
An underspending of this program, I mean it might, by the end of the, let me be specific, because I think, so that we should not speak in parables. So you would note that, let's go to 2020-21. You would see that there's a variance there, which is 8.1, which is an underspending. But in actual fact, the challenge that you have is that it's not necessarily an underspending. It is an underspending based on the expenditure against the budget. But in reality, is that the department were sitting with accruals. So if you contrast the accruals that they were sitting with, it was going to wipe off the 8 point in the context of score. And I think that is always the case in terms of, that's the assessment that we have done. But the direct response to instances where there are issues of underspending by the end of the financial year, we implement a process of A, looking at the rollovers, B, is that if the money has not been spent, which obviously from a service delivery is an impact in terms of that, which I'm not discounting. But what we normally do as part of looking at the allocations moving forward, there's a punitive element that we bring into the issues here allocation, which indicates or which would support a narrative which says that if indeed you are not able to use the money for services that was there, you would not necessarily, on the basis of that understanding, get the money. But apart from that, there are processes obviously through legislation to deal with some of the things that are related to the performance financially in terms of the department.
Okay, let's come back to this particular program. I don't want us to generalize in terms of other line items. Have you taken money away from this particular line item because the department has underspent?
It would have been extremely difficult because they had accruals. Even if we were to take it, even if we were to take 8 million, but if they are sitting with accruals of 20 million, we take 80 million, it was not going to be very helpful.
Okay. That response to me sounds like whatever they do, as long as they have accruals, you would promote this underspending. That's the sense I'm getting from that response.
Answer is no. The issue is that there are people who have provided services. There is a responsibility by government to pay them, and we've got the responsibility to ensure that it's done.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's understand something. I'm on page 75. Who determines the kilometer rate for this program?
No, I think it would have been the department. I think they would have. They consider various issues in terms of kilometers, and they relate it to the rate.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's go to the issues of your verification. Yes. I know you might not have the recent information, but did you pick up issues of overcrowding, of overloading? Yes. in the buses?
Yes.
How widespread was that in your verification?
Chair, I think I wouldn't know the extent, but okay. I know that it's one of the ills that is besetting the scholar transport.
Did did you pick up issues of unroadworthy transport? Yes. Okay. From the documentation perspective, in terms of the SLA, is there a specific transport model that is supposed to be used for transporting children or learners?
Yeah, Chair, I think to my recollection, because I think apart from the SLA, the specification would have illustrated which kinds of transport should be used for sport. I might not know it off by, but I know that the specification does make a differentiation in terms of the mode of transport.
Is that part of your scope to also check and verify in terms of?
What I'm saying, Chair, is that the issues, I mean, when you deal with performance, I mean, those are the things that ordinarily you would check in terms of whether the operator, who is the service provider, whether what that person has provided to government in relation to the specification, it meets the specification, and it will come in that form. Whether the car is roadworthy, what kind of the car, and so. But those are the things that ordinarily the expectation is that before somebody gets into this program, those are the things that would have been as part of the specification.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the issues that have been lamented by witnesses who came before you is the issue that contractors are paid late, and as a result, some of them withhold the service, which then impacts learners being taken to school. Have you experienced that during your verification and your auditing process? What type of support have you offered to the department to remedy this situation? Because I believe that it is against the PFMA.
Yes, and we did not withhold.
Sorry?
I'm saying we did not withhold, Chair. No, I'm saying no. In the recent past, I mean, in October, November, December, in January when we came back just recently, we had to specifically address that question, Chair. And one of the things that we did is that from our side, we did two things. One was to avail the utilization of the system, including the additional users, for an extended period of time to deal with the backlog. Having verified, the department would have said, because the backlog in terms of what was raised as a consequence of what we have illustrated was unmanageable. That's one. The second one was that we work on the cash flows, in terms of the departments. We also had to consider an additional cash flows for the departments just to remedy the situation. And I think we are able to obviously deal with that now in general.
Okay, no. I'm just now rushing through the questions. In your submission, especially in the report, and the audit report, when you are speaking to verifications, you had your own internal team that went and did verifications. The Department of, I just want to go to that page. There were three teams that did verification. The department, can Chairperson bear with me? I'm just going straight to the page because I'm getting three numbers of verifications. I just want to, I don't want to, I want to be specific because verifications also came in form of kilometers. Remember, you were also auditing the routes. one department, your verification process, is it the same as the one from Department of Finance?
Yes, it's Department of Finance, they mean treasure.
Yes, you mean Treasury. Then COSATMA have their own verification process, right? As the department.
Yes, but to my recollection, Chair, is that it was a joint effort. Probably, I mean, the lead team would have been internal audit, because at any rate, even when we interact with the stakeholders within the school, some of the information would have to get it from COSATMA. But I think the lead team was treasured. But that's my understanding how it was rolled out. If there is a separate report by COSATMA, one would have to look at what is the observation from that.
Okay, just can you go to page 87? There's a table there. I think this speaks to the reconciliation of the kilometers. I think it speaks to what is on paper vis-a-vis what was submitted. The contract speaks of 92 kilometers of the route. That's what they signed for. And then the MSF speaks of 92 kilometers. Verified kilometers are 95. And then there's also the Department of Treasury, of Finance, speaks of 123. That's the variance. Do you see that table? Can you interpret it for our purpose?
Maybe let's start with the last column. You see where it says route distance kilometer per day, and it says DOFVT. It says Department
Yes.
of Finance or
Yes.
Department Verification Team. Finance Verification Team, something like that.
Yes.
That's what it stands for. So what it means that that team would have went there and did what they will follow the route. They will do their own thing, and they would have come to the conclusion that is 123. That's the first thing.
Yes.
The one to the left, which is the contract, it's what is in the contract.
Yes.
And remember, part of what they were verifying was a contract which have been agreed. That's why, as per the NTI, because that contract in the previous, it would have been came as a result of the agreement by NTI. So you would see that the contracted kilometers, as per the agreement, and what is sitting in the NTI, as per the commitment, is 92, which is equal. And then they did the verification, which is another team, but not necessarily the verification team. And they would have then come, I mean, probably it's internal, but I'll check. They would have come to 95 in terms of this, which is another team. But what is sitting in the commitment register, in other words, in the commitment register, somebody would have billed to the amount of 92 kilometers in terms of that. And what it does, basically, it says that the team that has done the verification have come to the conclusion that at any rate, even if you look at the SMF verification, including the contracted services, is that the kilometers are more, and some of them are high. I mean, depending on the route. And that is the model that they were using.
What would cause such disparity?
No, I think it would have been various things. I mean, part of what at least we understood is that sometimes is that when they, maybe from the contracting, I mean, they would have used the old information as an example, probably historic information in terms of contracting and coming to the kilometers. And what has happened, Chair, is that in many instances, the service providers would consistently raise concerns about the kilometers that they have been legally contracted to. Some are up, some are back. And part of the verification team was meant to do is to confirm whether what they are charging as the service providers is correct or incorrect, and secondly, to indicate what in their own assessment as the verification team is obviously the kilometers. And I think that is the main objective in terms of, we can leave all these other things, columns, for the purpose of, the most important column is the one which says that indeed we have come to the conclusion, based on our verification, that this kilometers is 123, and we have been charging for 92 kilometers, only to find that it's 123.
Okay, no. Thank you very much. What is the barometer that you use to fund, to determine that this financial year we will give you more, this financial year we will increase it by so much?
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, it's not so much to do with the baron, but I think there are a few things that obviously we consider. I mean, in the first instance is that, particularly when we did the adjusted figures, we would have looked at the number of the routes that would have been contracted to. We would have looked at the rate at which is discharged in terms of that. In other words, we went through a process of determining the value of the contract. And having looked at the value of the contract, we came to the conclusion that the reasonable funding that we can provide to support that it is this amount. And that's why we would have come to that amount, to say that in this instance, the value of the contract far exceeds what is currently spent.
Let me conclude then. Do you think the state of record keeping in the department, COSATMA in particular, is at an acceptable level?
No, I don't think so.
What support have you given them in order to bring it to the acceptable levels?
The first thing is that, as I've said, is that we have worked, I mean, part of what, apart from the issues of the budget, there is a process of continuous audit as part of the internal audit. And part of what they obviously advise is on the internal control, which would include what we are saying. And as part of apart from the internal audit, as part of the support of the Accountant General, in support of the audit, including the AFS, they would do various things. I mean, part of it is to assist them in reconciliation. Some of it will be to look at the issue of validating the payments. Secondly is to look at the extent to which the information is complete in terms of what is going to be paid vis-a-vis. And I think the biasness would be towards issues of A, ensuring that the payments are done, and B, that what you are paying for is what you have paid. I must also be honest, it is not so much to do with what they have to do as a department insofar as it relates to the overall document management for the program, which is, I think, is a matter that we have raised with them. And also to automate some of these things, not to be manual. And I think those are the things that we have advised them on.
Okay, Chairperson, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lekoma. Oh, yes, we can
Nothing
go.
from me,
No.
Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabeng.
I don't have any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lekoma. Pia?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gunene. Yes. Thank you for availing yourself for this engagement. It's always a pleasure engaging with you. It's always interesting. Perhaps before I ask the questions I wanted to ask Mr. Gunene, you would have heard the question I may have asked the previous presenter, that to your knowledge, do you know the legal basis for the scholar transport provision by COSATMA? Is there like a legislation where it can be sourced, or is it just an arrangement that was decided at an executive level? If you don't know, you can also indicate.
Yeah. Not Chair, maybe to indicate that, and one would have to refer, but there's a national transport legislation that talks to, and that also makes reference to scholar transport, and I think we have been that because I think one has said that. But just also to give a context also is that in the country, we consider scholar transport as what is an enabler to effective learning and teaching. You know, it's like learner-teacher support material. I mean, that's the context of this. And I think with the passage of time and given what different provinces have dealt with scholar, you'd see a situation where in some instances, depending on what would have been considered to be the strongest views expressed at a particular time, whether it would have, because if the argument is on the transport, you are always going to find it on transport. But if the argument is going to be an enabler to effective learning and teaching, you will find it in education, under support. And that has always been the argument. Even when you talk to people, they always say, and many provinces, depending on the arguments that would have been advanced between transport and education, you would find that it is not consistent. When there are provinces that are in education, there are other provinces that are in transport. But I think the policy or the documents that support the provision of scholar, it would have been a joint document between basic education and the Department of Transport. And I think that is what, at least to my recollection.
All right. And I think that document you're referring to will assist us, Mr. Gunene, because as you would have heard the previous speaker, and sometimes we also experience that in our work, where we'll knock at one department and the other department will refer you to another one, and then when you go to knock back to the other one. So that's why we are looking for the legal source so that we can know who the buck stops with. You know, I think if you have any information that can assist us in that regard, it will be of much help. Then coming to the issues that have been canvassed by Mr. Nkonde, there's one issue really I would like to clarify. Maybe let's start on page 543. 543 is the small bundle. And for context, it's a report of the AG, but for the year ending 31 March 2023, and the first page of that report is on page 535. So you can just have a look at 535 for context, but the questions I'm going to ask are on 543.
So 543 read together with 535?
Yes, it's just to give you a context where the report starts. So it's the 2023 report, because your engagement with Mr. Nkonde, you spend a lot of time on what happened in 2019. So I just want to bring it closer. And particularly if you can read paragraph 49 on page 543 into the record, as well as paragraph 50, please.
Okay. The department paid 1.1 billion in the previous financial years to the respective suppliers and a further 274 million in the current financial year.
Okay, so Mr. Gunene, can I ask that you start with the header, sorry, so that they know what it speaks to. Thank you.
Payments made for scholar transport services that were not received. The department paid 1.1 billion in the previous financial years to the respective suppliers and a further 274 million in the current financial year. Effective internal controls were not in place for the approval and processing of this payments as required by Treasury Regulations 8.1.1, resulting in some suppliers being paid for services not delivered. This non-compliance is likely to result in a material financial loss if the amounts are not recovered from the suppliers. Paragraph 50, the accounting officer was notified of the material irregularity on the 15th of July 2019 and invited to make a written submission on the actions taken, and that will be taken to address the matter. The following actions have been taken to resolve the matter. The material irregularity was referred to the Special Investigating Unit, and the department has extended the scope of investigation on the previous scholar transport tender to the current scholar transport matter. In terms of the proclamation, the investigation is ongoing and the planned completion date is 30 September 2023. National Treasury also instituted a forensic investigation into this matter, which was finalized in February 2020. The accounting received the report in September 2020. The following actions were taken or are yet to be taken in line with the recommendations of the investigation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gunene. And from what we've read, and you will see this finding, it started in 2019. Yes. I think from your discussion with Mr. Gonde, where payments were made for services that were not given. And now in 2023, the Auditor General estimates the figure from the previous years to 1 billion. And 274 in the 2023 financial year alone. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. And your assessment of this, is this a serious issue from your perspective?
It is a serious issue.
Noting that it is also an issue that has come up in Auditor General's report in 2019, and Mr. Nkonde also took you through the 2020 report, and you were not taken through the 2021 report of the AG, but it's the recurring theme of service providers being paid for services that were not rendered. And if indeed the record, because I know we've not taken you through the other years, but if indeed when you go back and the record shows that the same issue happened 2020, it happened 2021, it happened 2022, will you say that it's a persistent issue?
Yes, Chair, because I think there are systemic challenges.
All right. With that said, then, Mr. Gunene, I want to take you back to the debate you've had with Mr. Nkonde on Section 18. On Section 18 of the PFMA, I'm not sure, but I'll read the provisions, but it clearly provides what must happen. Oh, you have it. Thank you. A very good CFO. Section 18. Yes. It stipulates what must happen and what may happen, right? Is that correct?
Quite correct.
Okay. And let's start with subsection 1 of what a provincial treasury must do, okay? Okay, it must prepare a provincial budget. It's not a concern of this inquiry today. But the second issue that it must do is that it must exercise control over the implementation of the provincial budget. It must promote and enforce transparency and effective management in respect of revenue, expenditure, assets and liability of provincial departments and provincial public entities, and must ensure that its fiscal policies do not materially or unreasonably prejudice national economic policies. So you'll agree with me, when it says it must, it's not a discretion, that is something you must do as a department.
Quite correct.
Okay, maybe before we go to subsection 2, let us just get an understanding, particularly subsection C. how the provincial treasury has managed to promote and enforce transparency and effective management in respect of revenue expenditure in COSATMA, particularly in respect of the Scholar Transport Program.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I mean, we have various, part of what we do, as I said, is that in the first instance, there's a requirement for us to exercise some of these things. There needs to be a system of reporting. That's the first thing, which we do in terms of expenditure management, largely. I mean, with biasness towards that. And as part of our early warning systems, we then have a responsibility to alert the department in terms of what we are picking up, some of the trends, and in this instance, to the extent that if you consider the budget of community safety and transport management, the expenditure item which is under question, which is scholar transport, would be very significant. So in other words, in our analysis of the reports and the matter that gets to be escalated, it will not be complete without information on scholar as an advice, and the general expectation, as I've said, is that there is an expectation that on the other side, based on section 38, on what we would have done, consistent with that provision, that there needs to be action. And probably the issue is that the extent to which they would have triggered an action beyond what we have done. But I think from our side, I think at the level of treasury, I think not only limited to this one, but I think, and as I've said, is that any analysis and feedback of having to monitor the implementation of budget for COSATMA, it will not exclude a detailed, focused review and performance of COSATMA. And it is expected of us, before we do any other thing, to alert our counterparts to say that this is what we are picking up collegially in the spirit of the peer review.
Okay. All right. My understanding, you'll correct me, of what you are saying is you have provided more of an advisory role. Will that be correct? The steps you've mentioned to say you give feedback on reports, is that a more advisory role or that you've been providing to COSATMA?
Yes, Chair. I mean, it's an advisory, and I think in instances where there are issues that relates to intervention. I mean, let me bring, I mean, there's one part of having to promote issues of implementation of expenditure management on a punitive side, because I think that seems to be the answer. But there's another part which says that part of promoting and enforcing the budgetary implementation is to ensure that for those people that would have obviously provided services to government, they need to be paid.
Yes.
I mean, that's another part. Because you need to consider both in terms of that, because it is not only on the side that in this instance you have not paid this, or in this instance you have overspent or you have underspent. And it's a combination of those that we say that in instances where there are specific things that we need to do, either in terms of the systems, either in terms of payments, either in terms of advice, we do that. And we do it consistently for COSATMA.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gunene. The reason why I'm asking is because we are talking about 1 billion. That's why it was important to start there, of money that was paid for service that was not rendered. That's the context. And I agree that advisory is an important function of the promotion. But the subsection C, it says you must promote, and enforce. So advisory, I can see how that relates to your promotion function, capacitating, but enforcement is now when there are consequences. So I'm more interested now to see, because we've agreed that you must. So can you give us example of the enforcement measures that you have taken against COSATMA in particular in relation to scholar transport to enforce transparency, effective management in respect of revenue?
No, Chair, I think probably the enforcement would not be to the extent to which would have generated sufficient information. Because, I mean, one could accept that maybe we might not necessarily be as forceful as we should. But I also, I mean, that's an acceptance. But I also should also contextualize if the point relates to the overpayment, Chair. Because you see, there is a responsibility, and it is very specific. In instances where there are incidents which borders on overpayment, there is a certain process that must be followed. And if the question is that have COSATMA done that, and what extent have we provided support or enforced that, probably that will be a much more difficult answer, because we might not done it on the basis that we are supporting COSATMA to ensure that what is reflected in this AG report is implemented in various forms. I mean, postal detection plan and so forth. And that is where we think that apart from the fact that we've got this provision of Section 8, I always read it together with the details. It's together.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Together. Because sometimes it's that we read it to the exclusion of Section 30. And sometimes we may yes. But the point is that probably the enforcement might not have been as aggressive as the Commission would wish to, but we should accept that there are certain things also that we have done just to encourage our colleagues.
Yeah.
Long before we become very punitive.
Okay, I must put it on record. We don't have any particular wish, Mr. Gunene. We are just asking, what are the enforcement? So perhaps if you want to address us to say, remember promotion, we are happy, you training, I'm very happy. I've even come across your colleagues when I visit, they do training, they do, but the enforcement measures. Perhaps I'll give you an opportunity as part of the further submissions, if you don't have it, to say, on this date, these are the enforcement measures we've taken. And like I said, because we are talking about 1 billion, it's not overpayment. According to the Auditor General, is payments made for scholar transport services that were not received. So we are not talking about overpayment, but 1 billion that is just given to someone for no service. So it's a lot of money, and we've agreed that it is serious and it is persistent, which is why it begs the question about what enforcement measures have been put in place. But let me move on to subsection 2, again of section 18. It further says, I want to go to the relevant provision, subsection C, which says, again, a provincial treasury must comply with the Annual Division of Revenue Act and monitor and assess the implementation of the Act in provincial public entities. D, it must monitor and assess the implementation in the provincial public entities of national and provincial norms and standards. I'm skipping the maze because that is discretionary. And G, the contentious issue with you and Mr. Nkonde must intervene by taking appropriate steps, which may include the withholding of funds to address a serious or persistent material breach of this act by a provincial department, must promptly provide information to Treasury. So in an interest of time, then I'll request then in your further supplementary submission, just outline everything that the department has done consistent with their obligations in section 18, which particular emphasis on the things that you must do, because that one, there's no discretion, you must do it. And then I suppose then we can have a better sense of whether your obligations in terms of section 18, section 38 have been discharged as a department. Is that in order, so that we can move from section 18? And maybe the last few questions I had, you can blame Mr. Nkonde regarding section 18, but I was not going to ask you, but thank you. The questions really that I had wanted to ask you is regarding the issue of the budget. The Department of Education, the Department of COSATMA is saying there's between 5,000 to 9,000 learners who are supposed to receive scholar transport, but they're not receiving scholar transport because of inadequate funding. The question I want to pose to you is, has there been, what are the measures currently being taken to address this funding shortfall, to ensure that the learners, the 5,000 to 9,000 who should be getting scholar transport, do receive scholar transport?
No, Chair, I think the department will know that there is a process that is followed in terms of the budget. Part of it is to make submission, make substantive inputs. We obviously subject it to an evaluation and assessment and makes a determination, and obviously approves the Executive Council for a consideration of the funding based on what is limited. But specifically in terms of scholar transport, we have always made a point, Chair, that part of what, apart from the issue here, we have increased the budget, significantly, from 300 million to about 450 million. And what we have done, we have also, as I have read into the record, secured the funding. In other words, the money cannot be used for any other thing other than scholar transport. And we don't do it for all the other programs. We are very, and this is out of our efforts to ensure that we address the funding issue. But what is always an issue is the question that we always ask, is that if indeed you are asking for an additional funding of about 100 million or so, give us the extent to which we have implemented efficiency measures in terms of the leakage. Some of them, and because part of what we want to do is to, where we are is that we think that apart from the challenges that we have raised about growing numbers, schools and whatever, we also think that that process is not managed properly. And it cannot be in all instances that when there is a challenge from a service delivery point of view, which part of it has to deal with inefficiency in the system, the solution would be the funding. And it's a continuous process. I think we have not closed the gap, the door. If I think there are compelling reasons to relook at the budget in terms of what we have provided, we would be more than willing to do that. But it must be substantiated. It doesn't have to say that these are the numbers. We are very considerate in terms of its impact. But the reality of the situation is that there is a process that is followed. It's a very intense process, and everybody accepts that that is a transparent budgetary process. And some of the things is that you need to make your own contribution in terms of the solution will not always be that we are not containing some of this expenditure overruns, and yet we want to. We are of the view, Chair, that there are still inefficiencies. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that we have a credible funding, also supported by what you would have received from the department.
But to date, is there a business case or a formal submission that has been made to your department or through the processes you've outlined for that additional funding, and how much have they requested? And in that, because I want us to speak about specifics. So in response to that request, has there been specific feedback on some of the efficiencies or monies that they can recoup by implementing efficiency measures?
No, that I think, Chair, we can generate a report for the commission.
Okay.
Just to specifically deal with that. But to my recollection, Chair, I mean, apart from that, I'm yet to see a very compelling, detailed business case in terms of, I mean, we do get, like it's normally the case, departments will come and say, we've got budget pressures and say that it's 100 million. And then you ask a question, give me some details. And I think that's where I think in many instances we fall short. And we'll look at what we have in our system as, because we are almost concluded, and will obviously favor the commission of what we have.
Yes, I think that will be of assistance, Mr. Gunene, because the departments are saying to us, we can't deliver because we don't have money. And of course, once they say there's no money, we are all looking at you and saying, you know, that the right to a basic education is an immediately realizable right. So it's not subject to progressive implementation, you know, it's immediately realized. So if you can really assist us with that information to say, is there really credence to that submission they've made to the portfolio committee to us that we cannot provide these 5,000 to 9,000 learners with scholar transport because of a lack of funding? And I think for me, Chair, that is the crucial issue, but through you then we can be assisted with the process, the timelines for when that information will be provided by Mr. Gunene. But perhaps let me just quickly check if I'm not leaving anything out. Okay. Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, PM. It looks like there's a number of submissions that you have agreed to forward. You've already said the very last one. Is there a policy which informs the department as to how they should submit their motivation in order for them to source more funding?
There's a budget guideline.
There's a budget guideline. So will we please be afforded an opportunity to also have that? So I suppose then it explains exactly what is it that is expected of each and every department. And will you also be able to provide a proof of whether there has been instances where the department would have requested for more funding?
Yes, we would.
Yes. Yes. So further than that, so if there has been a request, would want to at least see the request and what would have been the response. Will we also be able to have that?
Yes, would. It's a process, Commissioner, but I think would package the information in terms of how we have dealt with the allocation for something, which would include what we have raised.
And as the PM rightly cautioned, it is not about what we wish. We are just ensuring that all of us observe the constitutional democracy, which we are all mandated to observe as per the Constitution. So in us ensuring same, it is on those basis that these questions will always be asked of each and every accounting officer so that you can account for your role. You also said you would provide a supplementary report. So the date on which you would be ready with same.
Commissioner was checking for me, at what point did I submit?
Yes, the supplementary report you have set
7 days and reasonable?
PM, is that reasonable? We already have someone who's going to give us more information 4 weeks later.
Commissioner, is the 7 days for everything? You can have a little bit longer, HOD. Yes, you can, because so that because we've asked for supplementary report on what you've done since the 2019 report evaluation, as well as also how you've discharged your obligations in terms of Section 18. Yeah. So maybe 14 days, will that be fine with you? Working days, which is?
Days excluding Saturday.
Yeah, working days, which will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It takes us to 1 April, but we can make it to 4 April? 4 April, thanks.
Thank you. So I suppose you'll also then, just remind yourself of the questions that were posed to you by all the officials, especially dealing with Section 18. And you said one would have to read it in conjunction with Section 38. So if you can, in your submissions, if you can just make sure that you deal with that at length so that it puts us in a better perspective. But for me, what I'm grappling with is that it would seem as though Treasury is not it's not really putting pressure on the departments to adhere. It's as though the mechanisms, if they do exist, they are sort of laxed in how they must ensure that they account. Am I reading this correctly? Or because I think at some point you are like, it's more like a consultative process. And I'm thinking to myself, from our side, a right to education is likely to be violated if this is not realized. And it looks like you are willing to still allow certain things to just slide, whereas the departments are supposed to be put to terms in order to ensure that they adhere to whatever parameters that have been put by your policies, the law, and so forth. Am I reading it correctly?
Commissioner, the point that I was making is that we are obviously doing everything to ensure that this enforcement that the Commission raises in terms of compliance, particularly compliance to ensure that this does not impede or impact on the rights we do it. The issue is that it might not come across as forceful as we think. And I think that's the point. And in many instances, I mean, when Treasury present or appear before Chapter 9 institution is that it is always its responsibility equated to that one of the accounting officer on another staff. And that's always a difficult thing to, because in any event, in the system of accountability, which is very clear of who must do what, the responsibility of another accounting officer cannot be substituted by the punitive measures by Treasury, because we are going to make serious mistakes. And that's the point that I'm raising. But I take the point that there's a need to ensure compliance and enforce it. I don't think we are undermining that. The issue is that, and in some instances, to the extent that you are dealing with a very delicate service, you are trying to be very supportive as opposed to be very punitive. And that's the point. To say that we can do many things, and but it is not necessarily going to translate into aids, and because part of it is that you must build foundation, you must support and create a conducive environment for people to do the right thing. But it does not necessarily mean that with the efforts that you are putting, which might come across as very persuasive, that is not adequate. It might just be because the context in which you are dealing with, it might just require that. And I mean, if the point is that we need to look at it differently, I mean, we'll be the first one to agree. But we are always starting to support, and where we think that support is not accepted, then we become much more harsh.
So from your side, what could remedy this non-compliance?
Yes. You see probably the report is old, but it's still relevant. And the one of, because you see, when we undertook the verification, part of it, apart from what you would get as specification to say that you must have a pass, roadworthy and so on. So part of what, I mean, the specifications are designed to ensure that there is effective delivery of that service, I mean, broadly speaking. And part of what the verification reports indicates in terms of some of the things that must be dealt with to make it possible for this delivery to happen, it's still critical. And that's where, to deal with the payments, when we have not dealt with the reconciliation, we are always going to find this problem. I mean, you need to engender a culture of ensuring that you reconcile, people are paid on time, you do verification, you do unannounced visits, and all those things. And that has to do with the system, and the system which is about this problem. And those are the foundations of a very effective delivery of scholar transport, as opposed to be dealing with what you consider to be the small. It might be big, but you are not addressing the root cause. And the report is very clear on some of the systemic things that must be addressed. And if they are not addressed, they will be obviously perpetual, as reflected in the AG's report.
Most importantly, do we need training?
It's a call, you need training, you need skilled people, you need to do the right thing.
So we must do skills audit.
Not all I can say is that skills audit commission. I'm saying that when you, okay, let me make an example. If it takes 3 months for somebody to know that a person has not been paid in October, and you only get to know about it in January, it's a problem. Because it means the system is not working. That's the issue. And it does not necessarily need somebody to be trained. But what I'm saying is that it needs issues of agency, skills, and so on. So those are the things that I'm saying. I'm not trivializing it. Says no, we need training. But I'm just saying that we need to deal with the root cause, and so that we address it.
Yeah. I'm hearing consequence management again. I think that's where it's going.
Necessary.
Yes.
It is appropriate. It's necessary.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Ntate Kunene, for your presentation and also being ready to avail all the other reports, as you have alluded. You've said 14 days. PM, were you able to calculate? This would be on the 20th.
Given them till 4 April.
Exactly the 4th of April. Okay, the 4th of April, then Mr. Kunene, to be submitted to the office, the provincial office in Northwest. And again, thank you so much for availing yourself this afternoon. You are excused. Thank you. We have come to the end of today's program. Thank you so much, everyone, for availing yourselves. But we are continuing again tomorrow, same time, so 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock sharp, or is it 9 o'clock? Okay, 8 is for arrival, and 9 o'clock we start. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be back. I just need to get two sound bites.